morning, our distinguished participants from all over the world. It's a beautiful Saturday morning, and first off, happy Teachers' Day to everyone who celebrates. Good morning, you're welcome to the Train the Teachers Summit 2024. Please, can I confirm if I'm audible and if anybody can hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning. It's a beautiful Saturday morning. I'm reporting live from Lagos, Nigeria, and it's wonderful to have all these amazing people join us from all over the world for the World Teachers Day Summit. My name is Taiwo Jackson, and I will be your host for the Teachers Day Summit 2024. A little bit of ground rules, please. We have the ground rules on the screen, but I would just like to go over it for the purpose of
Yeah,
that. Please use earphones and earbuds to minimize
I can
background
hear
noise
you. Good
where
morning.
possible. Good morning, Eukarya. I can see you. Good morning from Lagos, Nigeria. Please respect different opinions and engage in constructive discussions. Kindly use the chat bot feature for questions and comments. As much as possible, please use respectful language and be professional. Avoid dominating conversations. We understand that we're in different parts of the world, but for people from Nigeria, most likely, please ensure to use stable internet connectivity as much as possible. Last but not least, actively contribute as much as possible during the summit. There are a number of places we can be this morning, but we chose to be here today. So I would love and admonish us to be as active and contribute as much as possible. It's the Teachers Day Summit 2024, hosted by Train the Teachers Institute. Thank you for coming. We will be starting in about 3 minutes. And while we're waiting, we would like to confirm where each and everybody is joining us from. So a little birdie told me that we have over 1,000 participants from all across the world. We would like, oh, good morning, good morning, good morning, happy Teachers Day. I can see that the chatbot is buzzing already. Someone says they cannot see my screen. Can any other person confirm if my screen is Can any other person confirm if my screen is up and active? Because I can't see my screen. Thank you. Good morning. A very beautiful, bright good morning to our keynote speaker, Dr. Joy Issa, who is on the call this morning. Oh, wow, wow, wow. I see the chat room is buzzing. I have Dayton. I have Benzel from Dayton in South Africa. That's amazing. Good morning, good morning, Benzel. It's so good to have you here. Oh wow, I have Delvin Schuster from South Africa. I have Amina Gavor. Apologies for the mispronunciation, if any, from Durban, South Africa. We'd like to know where other people are joining in from. Well, I have Lesego from South Africa. Good morning, Lesego. It's amazing to have you here. Good morning, Lesego. It's amazing to have you here. I have Pretty from River State, Nigeria. I have Beverly Shabalala from South Africa, Newcastle. I also have Festa Uba from Lagos, Nigeria. Happy Teachers Day, Festa Uba. Happy Teachers Day to you too. I have I have Beverly from Newcastle, South Africa. I have Oyeronke Naomi Koki from Port Harcourt, Nigeria. Parishka from South Africa, Durban. Oh, thank you. Good morning. Thank you for confirming that you can see now. Can we please keep the chatbot buzzing? I have Victoria from Port Harcourt, Nigeria. I love the diverse mix of people that we have in today's summit. We still need to keep the chat room alive. Remember that one of our ground rules is to actively participate during the session. Please, if you're not speaking, can you kindly unmute your mic? If you're not speaking, kindly unmute your mic. I see that the chat room is buzzing. Please, let's keep it so. Let's keep it so. We're starting in about a minute. Oh, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. We're starting in about a minute. Oh, I see that Delvin Shafter is so happy to be here. Thank you so much. We're happy to have you as well. Good morning, Sarah from Lagos, Nigeria. We're very happy to have you. We're very happy to have you as well. I see Susan Jerry from Akwa Ibom, Nigeria. Thank you so much, Susan, for making it down to the Teachers Day Summit 2024. I see Aisha from Abuja. Good morning, Aisha. You're welcome. Good morning, Aisha. You're welcome. Good morning, Aisha. You're welcome. Thank you so much for being here. You could have been any other place, have been any other place today, but you chose to celebrate teachers with us this morning at the Train the Teachers Summit. Good morning, Prof and Pharmacist Onwu DK from Orlando, Florida. I am so delighted that you're on the call. Good morning, sir. I mean, you can see from my face, I am so excited to have you around. Good morning, Adeyemi. Adeyefa. Good morning, Edozie Ijoma from Lagos, Nigeria. It's such an amazing thing to have so many diverse people in the room. And like I shared on my LinkedIn, I'm so excited and I'm excitedly looking forward to all the robust conversations that will be happening right here today. My name is Taiwo Jackson for those who are just joining us, and it's my privilege to host the Train the Teachers Summit 20 the Teachers Day Summit 2024, hosted by the Train the Teachers Institute. We would like to keep the chat bot buzzing as much as possible. Good morning, Prof. Eyinaya Wachuku, co-founder and Next Edu Consult. Thank you for joining us from Uyo, Akwa Ibom State, Nigeria. Thank you all for joining us from all parts of the world. We're so delighted to have you here. A quick a quick introduction. My name is Taiwo Jackson. I work as a business analyst for a Nigerian organization. And fun fact about me is that my mother is a teacher and she'll be joining us on the summit. Even she'll be joining us on the summit streaming from YouTube. So it gives me so much joy. It gives me so much. I feel so honored. I feel so privileged to be hosting the Teachers Day Summit as the daughter of a teacher. Best believe I wished her a happy World Teachers Day this morning, and she couldn't be prouder. I see people are joining from all over the world. Please let us know where you are joining in from if you haven't shared that already. We'll be starting in a couple of minutes. We'll be starting in a couple of minutes. We'll be starting in a couple of minutes. I can see Adeyemi something from Lagos, Nigeria. Happy Teachers Day to you as well. I see Mrs. Esther Babashola from Government Senior College at Gege, Lagos. A few ground rules, please. If you are not speaking, kindly mute your devices to avoid numerous interferences. Thank you so much. Mrs. Esther Babashola, I just want to, it will be pleasing to know that my mom is also a teacher in with Lagos State government. I see Verity and Eke from Port Harcourt. Happy Teachers Day to you as well. Good morning, special need facilitator from Lagos, Nigeria. Good morning, Chino Yerem. Apologies for the pronunciation. One culture from Street International School, Port Harcourt. Happy Teachers Day to you as well. Yes, Delvin, it's so amazing to meet so many talented teachers from all across the world. Lagos, Nigeria, Uyo, Nigeria. Oh, thank you. One teacher. I think that's going to be my name for today. Someone has called me one teacher on the chat. Yes, my mom is a teacher, and it gives me so much joy, so much delight to be hosting the Teachers Day Summit 2024, hosted by Train the Teacher Initiative. Thank you for giving me the beautiful name, One Teacher. I don't know what it means, but I see that there's teacher after the unwa. So thank you so much. Thank you, Nena, for joining. Oh, thank you so much, Mrs. Esther Babashola, for wishing my mother a happy Teachers' Day. I will be sure to relay your greetings to her. Thank you, Maumi. Happy Teachers' Day to you as well. Just want to also let us know that we are live. We're live on YouTube. Be respectful and professional. Kindly avoid dominating conversations. Ensure a stable internet connectivity whilst you're on the call. Last but not least, very important of all, actively contribute and participate as much as possible during the summit. It's still the Train the Teachers Institute Teachers Day Summit 2024, and I see Idowu Oluwafemi from Lagos, Nigeria. I see Dr. Okay, we are
Stay in the
starting
moment.
right about
We
now. Thank
control
you
what
all
happens
for
next, at least when it comes to your music. Spotify Premium lets you play albums and playlists in any order. No ad
thank you all
breaks,
for joining. We're
just
starting right
uninterrupted
about
music
now.
listening without limits. Tap the banner to learn more.
Please give us a bit. I see Masa Ikwa from Lagos, Nigeria. Thank you. Good morning, and thank you all for joining. Please let us know where you are joining in from. Please let us know where you are joining in from. All right, right about now, we will be introducing our convener. It gives me so much joy, so much excitement to be introducing this amazing woman, of whom none of us will be here if not for her obedience and active participation with teachers and active engagement with teachers. Good morning, Benedicta from Delta State. Good morning, Blessing from Abuja. It's such an honor, such a privilege to be hosting the summit. I would be introducing no other than Dr. Onyekachi Owundike Jumbo. Can we have her bio read, please? This is the
Dr.
convener of the
Onyekachi Onwudike Jumbo is the founder and executive director of TrainDTrainer, TTT, an initiative born from a passion for transforming African education. With a PhD in Semantic Artificial Intelligence from Loughborough University and an MSc in Artificial Intelligence from Manchester University, both in the UK, she brings a unique blend of technological expertise and educational insight to her work. Dr. Kachi's journey in education began with a simple belief: empowered teachers create empowered students. As a member of the World Economic Forum and through TTT, Dr. Kachi aims to bridge the gap between current teaching practices and the demand of a rapidly changing world. She is committed to giving teachers the recognition they deserve while equipping them with tools to deliver engaging, relevant education. With a resounding applause and a digital ovation, please make welcome our beloved convener, Dr. Onyekachi Onwudike Jumbo, to the TTT Summit 2024.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning. Good morning. Lovely to see so many people on the call. Good morning. Can everyone hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, we can hear you.
Good morning. I'm
Yes,
seeing
we can.
I'm seeing all the comments. So good to be here with you all. Good morning. Yeah, and I'm just going to take it away if that's okay. So, happy Teachers' Day. It is because of you that we are here. It's because of you that we are doing what we're doing today. And I just want to welcome all the amazing people on this call, on Zoom, on YouTube. When we said we're going to run TTT and, run the summit, a lot of people just came around to say, how can I help? How can I jump in? How can I do this? And I've been so overwhelmed by all the love, the thoughtfulness, every single thing. So I want to just say thank you. Like Ty was said earlier on, you could be somewhere else this morning, but you're actually here. You could be shopping, you could be resting. After all, it's a Saturday, but you're here. And it reemphasizes your commitment to improving yourselves. It reemphasizes your commitment to saying to it that students are empowered, that you are first of all empowered and that you empower your students. So I'm so thankful to see you. I'm so thankful that you're committed to this as well. We didn't just stumble on this summit. It's, because organizing a summit is no mean feat. It's taking a lot of work, a lot of reflection, a lot of deep introspection as well. And today I'm going to be telling you a lot of stories. And I say stories because it reframes something in your mind. The students that you teach, the parents that you work with, they're watching you. So I just want to welcome you, and hope that you really listen with an open mind. First of all, before, as soon as I said, oh, we're going to run this summit, I started thinking, for the past 2 weeks, I found myself really reflecting on who a teacher is, reflecting on the different roles that a teacher has to play. I found myself reflecting on my childhood and reflecting on the journey that actually brought me here, the path I have had to take. And so I hope that when I share some of these stories, it resonates with you, based on some of the students that you teach, some of the parents you interact with, and even based on the places that you find yourselves working in. Like Apostle Joshua Selman, who is one of my most revered teachers and mentors, he says, I am a product of many graces. And I like to paraphrase. I would like to paraphrase that and say I'm a product of many teachers. I am a product of many teachers. First, I want to really, really thank my husband, Christopher. I thank him sincerely. He lets me shine, and we're here because he lets me shine, constantly letting me fly. And I want to just publicly appreciate this man who listens to my crazy ideas and believes they must take flight. So Chris, you're listening in, and I just want to say thank you. And I want to say thank you to my parents who have joined in from Orlando, present for every milestone, present in every season. I may be a bit teary because it's quite overwhelming for me, but I want to thank them. So if you're on this call, I just want you to help me celebrate my parents, Prof and Pharmacist, Mrs. Osion Udike. I am here because they've continued to make it possible. Even marriage hasn't changed anything about that. So yeah. Okay. I want to especially thank all our speakers and our keynote speaker, Dr. Joy Issa, for doing this with me, for doing this with us, for being committed to the vision. One of the things that really came across as I approached each person was the commitment. Gosh, teaching has to be elevated in Africa. Our practices have to be elevated. And you could see the heart, you could see their burden, and I'm so thankful that they've agreed to do this with us. But before I share my stories, I want you to think, what does dignity really mean for teachers? Because this summit's theme is giving teachers the dignity they deserve in education. What does dignity mean? And I want to see it in the comments. What do you think dignity means for you? As a teacher, as an educator, as a school owner, a proprietor, whatever, what does dignity really mean for you? I'll just give you 1 minute, not more than 1 minute. What does dignity really mean? Respect, okay. What else do you think dignity means? Honor, okay. Keep it coming. Worthy of honor, good. Any more comments? What does dignity mean? Having a strong sense of value, self-respect, value. Okay, pride in the profession. I love that. Regard, sense of worth, pride, freedom from humiliation. That one is quite deep. Worthiness. And as you reflect, being seen, as you reflect, I want you to think about your teaching practice. And even if you're not a teacher, what does it mean to be treated with dignity? Think about it. You've mentioned some of that, dignity means being respected, being valued. For me, I also look at it as the freedom to make a real difference. Recognizing your role as someone who shapes lives. When you understand the kind of people that that you're working with, you would really appreciate the job that you found yourself in. Teaching is a calling. It's not just that you want to earn a salary. Teaching is a calling. It's recognizing that you shape lives, you mold destinies, and that you deserve the tools and the support to do so. Now back to my stories, or would I say stories? I'm going to tell you something. I didn't learn to read on time. I didn't learn to read on time. Every afternoon after school, my dad sat with me at the table trying to teach me how to read, but it wasn't working. He was like, what's wrong with this girl? She's not able to read. We had all the Peter and Jane books, all the series, but I couldn't read to save my life. I'll see Peter and I'll call it Jane. I'll see school and I'll call it school shop, or I'll say shop, no connection. And it was a really tough time for me as a child. It was really tough. It was tough because why can't you read? Why couldn't I read? Why was it so tough? It made me hate reading. I had a dislike for books because even in school, I couldn't read. I couldn't read at that time. I was always mixing it. And the funny thing was that I had a carer, and Single, shout out to you, one of my teachers as well. She would sit down and she would read the entire book to me. And when she read the book to me, I would cram the entire book. So I could be reading page 6. I could be on page 1, but what I'm saying is page 6. And then when you say identify the words, I won't be able to identify it. She read this book repeatedly, thinking I'll pick the words, but it wasn't working. Anyway, I crammed all the contents and I'll be reading and reciting things that I thought I was reading, but actually I was reciting because I had crammed. And that's the reality of many students in African schools, being taught to cram. Okay? And now I look at my 5-year-old. I look at him trying to blend words, trying to blend sounds using phonics. Let's think, what if the approach was different? Perhaps I wouldn't have hated reading that much. But one thing stood out for me, the persistence to get me to read. Because each time, my dad would still say, even if you don't get it, come back, let's do it again. If anyone imagined my future from that perspective or from that lens, I probably wouldn't have a doctorate today because she can't read. But no one looked at me with that lens. And like I said earlier, I'm the product of many teachers. Now, let me take you on to another story. I think back to one of my very first teachers, Sister Ilochukwu. My dad had just been made a commissioner in the then old Imo State, and we had to relocate from Ife in Osun State, where we lived, to Owerri. At that point, I was suffering from, will I call it attachment or detachment anxiety, as my mom she couldn't join us immediately. She had to go and tidy up things back in Ife. So one thing Sister Ilochukwu did was that she took me everywhere she went to in the school and made me feel safe. Shortly after, I was moved to a new school. And then Mrs. Alibe, who even though wasn't my teacher, spotted some other girls were unkind to me and made sure that during break and after school, her classroom became my safe place. I'm also thankful for teachers like Mrs. Ogu, who in my primary 2 identified me as a star student and introduced me to teaching. What did she do? She started saying to some parents whose children, struggled a bit, maybe this girl can actually teach your children and make things easier for them. Maybe she can explain it in a way I, the teacher, am not explaining it. And so I'm thankful for parents like Mrs. Azi and Mrs. Anumudu, who allowed me to teach their children at such an early age. From primary 2, I was teaching. And I can go on and on talking about my teachers, but one teacher I really want to recognize today is Mrs. Ikediashi. She taught me about curriculum design. I'll tell you a short story about her. I used to see her always hold like a blue big book or a big blue book. And one day I was so curious. I said to her, "What's this book you're always holding?" And she said, "This is where I put all my lesson plans and things." And I said, "Can I see?" One thing stood out for me. She didn't shut me down and say, "Oh, no, this is not meant for students." But I looked at it, and before I could say Jack, I started spotting errors. And she said, "Oh, wow, maybe you can help me review it. Maybe we can do this." And that's how I got into curriculum design in my primary 4. So even when I moved on to primary 5, I moved on to primary 6, she would still say to me, "Maikachi, come and review my lesson plans." And one other thing, I wasn't very musical. My sisters are very musical. But one thing Mrs. Ikediash used to do was to, she was in charge of music. And she said, come and learn the recorder. And each time I, objected, she'll say, "Come, I know that you can do this." Always, reinforcing my abilities, even though it was an area that I didn't like. So you could see a stretching pattern as well. And I remember how she sounded. "Onyekachi, you will get it. Try it again." And that's how I learned to play the recorder. And then today I think of some of my secondary school teachers like Mrs. Uchoma and Mrs. Ajala, who without a doubt were convinced about me and my abilities. Anytime they had the opportunity, they sang my praise. I am a product of many teachers. Today, I think about my mentor, Dr. Mrs. Chio. I lost her a few years back. And even till today, her life still mentors me. She corrected in between the lines. So when she's marking your script, she's not just saying, "No, you failed it." She's giving a reason why you failed it. She was my lecturer in university. Something others saw as being too much, why is this woman always correcting, writing with red pen? It was a point of learning for me. Like them, so many of you fall into these categories: giving of yourselves, giving of your resources, giving of your time. I can't go into all of it, but I just want to let you know that you're in a noble profession. You're in a profession that makes other professions, and you should be really proud. Like I said earlier, I have many stories to tell. I want to publicly thank my mom for coaching. All the coaching I received was from her. And when school finished, every day after school, she would say, "Go and have your bath, go and eat. By 4 o'clock, we start reviewing your work." And she started a lesson teaching me. So from maths to English to quantitative, when I even struggled with chemistry in secondary school, my mom was the one teaching me chemistry, physics. She would stay on the table with me. I won't forget to mention that I graduated as the best graduating student in primary school. And that is to the kind of effort my parents put in. Like I said, my first teachers. In junior WAEC, I was the best graduating. Sorry, someone needs to mute. Now to my story, which is one of the things that has led me here. The real story that has led me here, or one of the realest stories that has led me here. I was one of the best students in primary school, and I was shortlisted for the cowbell maths competition in my primary 6. To get into the final stage, we had 5 screening tests, and I made it through all the screening tests, but the last one. Surprisingly, as we were walking back from the screening avenue or arena, I overheard my classmates saying, "Oh, this is what Uncle taught us in school." in lesson, and there was an uncle who used to run a private lesson. It was just a silly mistake that, disqualified me, something about addition, and I missed out on, I came sixth, so I wasn't among the first 5. But hearing what they said, uncle taught us this in lesson. Out of curiosity, I asked to see their lesson notes. And the 5 screening tests that we had done were the exact same questions he had given them repeatedly, and they had solved it repeatedly in the lesson. That moment, I knew that I didn't want to become a teacher. That was not the kind of teacher I wanted to become to anyone. I didn't want to be that teacher that will compromise the destinies of children for his or her selfish gain. I was very sure. And I remember saying to my mom, how do we fight this? Anyway, story after story, we wrote to the Ministry of Education. I wrote to the Ministry of Education then, and this was in 1998. I'll tell you my final story before I round off. In my first year in uni, I scored 100 in my calculus exam. But my lecturer said that in all his years of teaching, no student had scored that high. And so he needed to keep 1 mark to himself. Again, it made me determine that I would not suit my ego at the detriment of a student's success. That something has been a practice or a norm or culture doesn't mean that it is something that, you will carry on with. And teaching, the problems in teaching are very wicked problems, very wicked and complex problems. And so you may be looking like, or you may look like you're fighting against systems and mountains and all of that, but it is important to differentiate yourself. So you may ask, why are all these stories? Why is this girl telling us all these stories? Why? I took time to review the word dignity. And we must first of all address the little foxes before we address how we can give teachers the dignity they deserve. As we go through this summit, I want you to keep these stories in mind. I want you to realize that you are some of these teachers that I have mentioned, the good ones and the bad ones. Note what happened. The bad ones, I didn't mention their names. And think through that students will be mentioning your names in time. In the future, they'll be mentioning your names. So let's think, how can we support, how do I actually approach this concept of dignity? How can we, even as parents and stakeholders, support teachers in embodying this kind of dignity? Because some parents are the problem. Some parents want their children to get into such competitions and they don't mind compromising. How can we address these challenges that sometimes even make it difficult? And again, I want to applaud all our teachers, those who maintain their dignity even in tough times, those who are resilient, who are dedicated. You don't go unnoticed. They may not see you, but you don't go unnoticed. When resources are scarce, when classrooms are overcrowded, you still show up. When societal challenges spill into our schools, you still show up. Day after day, you're committed to your students. This kind of spirit, your ability to preserve your dignity and professionalism in the face of is what we're really thankful for. To my fellow educators, you may wonder, am I still a teacher? I lectured for 8 years in 3 universities here in the UK. I urge you to listen with open hearts, open minds. Your profession is evolving, the teaching profession is evolving, and the needs of students are also evolving. So it's important. Sorry, can you mute who is speaking? So it's important to understand different perspectives and to adapt your methods when necessary. You must be willing and open to understand that even your ability to adapt, your willingness to adapt, is a form of dignity. Our goal at TTT is simple: to lift up the teaching profession. Because when we give teachers the dignity they deserve, we support them through challenges. When we listen to their needs and ideas, we're investing in the future of every student they would impact. It's important that we create an environment where teachers can thrive even in difficulties. We're not unaware of the kind of difficulties in Africa, especially in Nigeria. And so it is important that their dignity is respected and their voices are heard. So I want to thank you for being part of this very important conversation. And, together we can actually ensure that the dignity of teachers, is not just recognized, but we celebrate it, we protect it. They are national treasures that we must protect at all costs. So thank you for joining this. And I would implore you, if there are teachers that still need to get into the room, bring them in. There's good in store for them. So welcome. And I'll hand it over back to Taiwo.
Thank you so much, Ma. That was such an inspiring session. It made me remember my father math teacher in secondary school. So a bit of a background story. I had changed secondary school from one secondary school in Lagos to Nigerian Navy Secondary School. And as a transfer student, it was really difficult because moving from a private school to a military school was, for the lack of a better word, the ghetto. And then coming from my former school, I was a star student, and here I was really struggling. So my father math teacher, Mr. Alfred, he gave us a test on third that time, I remember. And then he came to class and solved the question, and I got it. And he said, if you got the questions, raise up your hand. I wanted to raise up my hand, but my classmates were like, if you did not get it and he catches you. I'm like, but I got it. And he did all three sums and I got all three. And then he came back to class the next day and said, who is Taiwo Jackson? Can everybody give her a round of applause? And my heart was beating, my heart was in my mouth. And then he reassured me that day and said, you are a star and continue and keep at it. Best believe, further maths was one of my favorite subjects until they changed my teacher. And I'm not going to mention the name of the other teacher. So it just gives credence to all that you have said, that having a good and solid teacher is so important in the lives of children. I can remember Mr. Alfred today and the other further maths teacher because of the impact that he made in my life. I went on to study geology and I aced my math courses because somebody told me somewhere that you are a star. And I just want to continue to admonish all the educators that we have in the room. Please make it easy for your students. Please make it easy for your pupils. Thank you so much, Dr. Onyekachi. That was such a stellar, stunning time. We'll be moving on to the next. We'll be moving on to our next speaker. And you would agree with me. I'm sure once she's done, you would agree with me that it was such a well put together, intentional lineup of speakers. I have gone through Dr. Issa's bio and I myself, I am inspired. So please, can we have Dr. Issa's bio played right now as we welcome Dr. Issa
Dr.
to the
Joy
digital
Issa is
stage.
an experienced educator, certified international school head and youth counselor, management consultant and speaker who passionately supports young people through varied challenges. Dr. Joy has multiple degrees from Buffalo State University, Walden University, and the Harvard Graduate School of Education. She's also an associate and mentor with WIMBIZ, an author, a fellow of the Nigerian Institute of Management Consultants, and for about 3 decades has contributed to developing education in Africa. She also served briefly as president of a women's university in East Africa. Dr. Issa is the current president of ISED, the Issa School of Education, set up to upskill leaders in education across Africa. She also serves as vice chairman of the board of Osnon Academy and as chair of the management board of Pieces Leadership and Life Institute. With a resounding applause and digital ovation, please make welcome Dr. Joy Issa to the TTT Summit 2024.
Thank you very much. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to everyone. And happy World Teachers Day. Happy World Teachers Day. It's amazing to be a teacher. It's wonderful to be a teacher. I am a proud teacher, been teaching since my National Youth Service in Nigeria in 1995. So it's been an interesting journey, a long journey. Yes, Taiwo, it's been a long one. So yeah, I love what I do. I love the fact that I can be here to share some stories with you. Thank you so much for the invitation. Thank you, Dr. Kachi. Thank you for sharing your story so beautifully. One of the virtues we have as Africans is that we tell stories, and stories make the world go round. So it's great that we can share stories. It's great that we can be here to support each other. No one else can support teachers as well as teachers, right? So we support each other. We're greatest cheerleaders. And as I share, again, I'm going to be sharing some stories, and I'll weave my stories around a couple thoughts, a couple slides. So if someone can make me co-host, that would be wonderful so that I can share my screen. Yeah. Okay. So everyone give me a moment to share my screen. Voila. I need to share that properly. Okay. Thank you, Kachi. Listening to Dr. Kachi, I was like, yeah, that is a real product of many teachers, someone who appreciates, her journey. And I'm grateful that you were able to share that story very well. So my first question, I love questions. I love getting us to think, because when we pause and think, then we do not replicate the errors of the past. Then we do not repeat history, but we make progress deliberately. When we pause to reflect, we make a difference. So why are we here? Think about it. Why did you become a teacher? And it would be great to see some comments in the chat room. So some of us were unintentional teachers and some of us were intentional teachers. Even if you were an unintentional teacher, that's fine. Just say, oh, I didn't get the Shell job and I kind of showed up and became the maths teacher. That's okay too. So post in the chat room. Why are we here? Why did you become a teacher? Let's see if I can let's see. Okay, some great responses. Okay. All right, someone is scribbling on the screen. We have to disable the whiteboard. All right, unintentional teachers in the room. We celebrate you and we thank you for staying true to the cause anyway. Awesome. Love it. Love working with children, raise a better future, give back. I love that one, Joshua. Joshua says to give back because Joshua was, a difference was made in Joshua's lives to make a difference. All of that. Love the comments. I hope you're reading these comments as well. They're beautiful. We're all here for the right reasons. We're here to make a difference in the lives of the young people that have been entrusted into our care. And yeah, we're here to make a difference, but we're also here to make a living. So sometimes striking that balance between making a difference, being a social enterprise, or being a profitable organization, and I'm speaking to the school owners and the leaders right now, sometimes striking that balance is difficult. So today I just want to I'll encourage the teachers and the school leaders and the owners to say, yes, you want to run a profitable organization, and you should. However, we should be true to our values. We should be true to our raison d'etre. Why did we come in here in the first place? Why are we here? And maintaining laser focus on that why will sustain us even through the times of difficulty. So if I circle back to the teachers for a minute, because it's our day, right? World Teachers Day. A lot of us, or some of us in Nigeria, some of us in across Africa, kind of feel we're at the bottom of the ladder. We're at the bottom of the social ladder. And when we look at the data on salaries, we are at the bottom of the ladder, period. But that should not deter us from our why. Yes, I may not be a millionaire, but I'm raising millionaires as an educator. I may not be the one who's driving a Lexus, who's driving a, I don't know, Chevrolet, depending on your country, you're driving a Benz, but I am the one who is getting the new floating car designer to imagine that new future. I'm the one who is inspiring change in the lives of the young people. So just thinking about ourselves and thinking about where we are, I thought, I wonder what the average teacher salary is, in different parts of the world. So I'll show you the data, and it's quite, interesting to see. So this is average, right? There's obviously there are salaries that are lower than this and salaries that are way higher than these, but these are the averages across, a couple continents across the world. So if you compare the teacher salary with the salaries of people in other industries, they're still at the bottom globally. They're still at the bottom globally. So the fact that in Nigeria, we're earning just under $500 a year, and our counterparts in Japan, for example, are earning $29,000 a year, doesn't mean they're not at the bottom of the food chain. Money is relative, depending on your location, depending on your bills, depending on how much tax you need to pay every year. Very important. There's so many factors. But why are we here? Why are we here? Why do we stay true to our cause? We stay true to our cause because we want to get every young boy and every young girl across the line into their future. We want to be part of the building blocks of raising independent citizens of every country. Every young boy, every young girl, as we've heard from Dr. Kachi's story and Taiwa's story, everyone can reference one or two teachers who pulls them across that line and who urged them on and who said, you can cross the finish line. In the chat room, I want you, if you remember, post the name of the teacher that, just shoved you a little bit across that line into your future. Just post in the chat room, think about it. Who was that one person who said, you know what, Joy, you can? I remember I was so inspired by my French teacher. She was so chic. And I went to a military school. I went to Air Force. Well, I went to 3 secondary schools. My father moved around a lot. And where I spent the longest time was Air Force Secondary School in Kaduna, in Nigeria. And so it was paramilitary, so not the full military school. It was just run by the Air Force. And I had this French teacher who was, just very chic, very well put together. And I felt, right, if I studied French, I would look like her, I would be like her. I would just be very organized and put together. Strangely enough, I made up my mind I was going to study French. So for my first degree, I studied French and linguistics, inspired by a teacher's disposition and her poise. I had another teacher, my literature teacher, I forget his name now, but he was so positive in an environment that was very harsh and military and aggressive. I also remember my physics teacher, who was the exact opposite of everything I've just described. I cannot remember his name, but wow, do I remember how I felt. I really remember how he made me feel. And I failed physics woefully. Even though I got A's in maths and English, I got an F in physics. And you wonder, how does someone who gets A's in maths and English get an F in physics? It doesn't make sense. But it does when you think about the fact that this young person was so scared of her teacher and his disposition and his manner that I couldn't engage the subject. So when I speak to young people, I say, don't be the child who is intimidated by their teacher to the point that they cannot engage the subject. And I encourage you in the room, teachers and school owners, don't be the teacher that is so intimidating and aggressive that a child will mentally shut down from a subject. It happened to me. And we should not replicate that error. We shouldn't. We have so many tools in our toolboxes right now, so many strategies, so many tools, so many things that can help facilitate our job of taking our young people across the finish line. And I'll reference a couple of them real quick. So I'm kind of touching into many things to set the tone of our conversation. So whether you're a teacher or a school leader or a school owner, an administrator, a policymaker, we're here to have this conversation together as we celebrate our teachers. So teachers, you have all these tools in your toolbox, right? Teachers know how to give homework that will inspire thought, which is the flipped classroom, right? So you give homework that inspires deep thought, and the children come into school. So they've learned something at home and they bring that learning to school and they can share. Dr. K said, I was encouraged to teach other children. That's so powerful. Being, inspired to share your knowledge, being inspired to teach. That is just such a beautiful way to promote peer-to-peer instruction and peer-to-peer support. Such a beautiful way to differentiate the learning, the instruction in your classroom. Amazing, amazing, amazing. I'm going to talk a bit more when someone mutes their microphone about data-driven instruction. Okay, so please keep your microphone muted. I'll talk a bit more about data-driven instruction when we go along, but I really want to talk about this feeling, how we make other people feel, how we make other people feel. Dr. K mentioned it and Taiwo mentioned good. Dr. K mentioned it and Taiwo mentioned it. No matter how dexterous you are as a teacher, no matter how many tools you have in your toolbox, what will your children remember you by? What will be that lasting thing? What will be that difference that you make? And I want to reference Maya Angelou's quote because I absolutely love it. It just hits the nail on the heart, nail on the head. People don't remember what you say or even what you do, but they always remember how you make them feel. They always remember how you make them feel. You and I remember our teachers. You and I remember the parents. We fondly remember our parents who, supported us and those who didn't. We remember the uncle, we remember the aunt. We remember all these people because of how they made us feel. So think about that. Am I the teacher? And you can't say, yeah, I'm good, I'm great. Have you provided or curated the opportunities to get that feedback from your students? And we'll talk about that in a bit. People remember how you make them feel. Understand, teachers, my dear colleagues, you're not doing this alone. You're not building lives alone. It's not just about you. It's about the entire environment, your classroom, your school, your district, all of us collaboratively working together to make sure every young boy, every young girl gets to the desired destination. So this idea of teachers versus administrators, us against them, that is prevalent in a lot of our schools, we need to address it. Our school administrators are not there to, catch us doing the wrong thing and go through these lesson observations and, duck the salary and, not give us a promotion and all the things we whinge about. No, our school administrators are supposed to be our core partners. We're supposed to partner with the leaders to ensure that little Joy, that little Taiwo, that little Amina Suliat crosses the line, that little believes that they can achieve. We're supposed to work collaboratively with the school leaders. Now I want to speak briefly to the school leaders directly, and this is what I'd like to share. Leadership is the bridge between failure and success, and this is my proposal, okay? My position that I'm positing. Leadership is a bridge between failure and success. The leader is the one who looks at you and says, you know what, Joy? Pick yourself up. I know you fell down. I know you made a mistake, but this is a temporary state. It is not a permanent position. And that leader picks you up and says, you know what? You can. Put in the hours, put in the hard work. Let's analyze the data. Let's check. Let's try again. If I go back to Dr. K's story, how her parents provided the leadership that she needed to move from a state of I cannot read, I'm not good enough, to I can. Mentally, physically, her parents provided that leadership. School leaders, school owners, you need to see yourself as that bridge. You are the one who will make sure every student in that school, every teacher in that school understands that regardless of how many mistakes they make, they can overcome them, they can succeed. We are the ones, school leaders and school owners, we are the ones who will drive success. We are the ones who encourage our people to make the sacrifices they need to make, to put in the effort they need to put in to succeed every single day. That is leadership. Teachers, you are leaders of learning. Teachers, you are leaders of learning. You are the bridge between Joy's success and her failure. You are the one who will convince Joy. You are the one who is able to take Joy from F and raise her up to A's, to B's, to C's, to D's. Get her to move forward 10%, 20%. If we remember what the late Rita Pearson said, every child needs a champion, right? And in her TED Talk, she said she put a grade on a child's grade on a child's paper. And I think she put a plus 2%, meaning the child only got 2%, which is a big fat F. And the child said, you said plus 2%? And she's like, is that an F? They're like, yeah. And the child is like, but how can you put a smiley face on a plus 2%? And she said, you made an effort. You did something. Now, because you made that effort, I know you can. Now, she understood the psychology of that child. She had paid attention to the child enough to know that all I need to do is encourage this child a little bit to see that make a little bit of more effort, put in the work, be patient with yourself as you go through the ranks. You will succeed. You will make progress. You will move forward. That is leadership. That is leadership. Leadership is doing the right thing when no one is watching. Ours is the profession where no one says, oh, hooray, thank you. Well, not no one. A few people, send you a card. We have all those mugs as teachers. Oh, you're the best teacher. You have the apples. You have all these memorabilia. And once in a while, someone, if I give my example, someone sees me at the airport, and they're like, oh, and I'm like, whoa, hi, how are you? And I cannot remember where I know this person from. I don't, for the life of me, understand why they're so excited to see me, but I'm excited to see them too. And I'm like, hello, yes. And they're like, oh, you taught me, you did this. I'm like, really? Wow, you're making me feel so old. I will never be old, but nice to meet you. This is my wife. I'm like, wife, what? When did you get married? Just all that drama, right? That is who we are. That happens when you stood as the leader of learning. When you, teacher, when nobody's there to observe your lesson, nobody's there to check your lesson plans, nobody's there to check whether you marked, you do the right thing. You give the feedback that your students require to improve. Ken Blanchard says feedback is the breakfast of champions, right? Feedback is the breakfast of champions. So in order for our students to become the champions, in order for our students to succeed, we have to give them the feedback they need. We need to tell them, Joy, this is not going well. You need to do this to improve. You can try a little bit. You can move forward a little bit. We need to provide the support, the feedback our students need to improve. That is important for us as educators. Really, really important. So, teachers, school owners, school leaders, gather the data you need to give the children, the students, the young people in your care, the feedback they need to improve. Gather the data you need so that you can provide the feedback for your students. And what kind of data do we need? We need academic data. We need to know those grades, right? Great. But we also need non-academic data, right? We need to know how many children, go to the nurse after recess and say they've got headaches. What's going on with the temperature? We need that data because we can use that data to inform an adjustment to the school hours, to playtime. Do we need to adjust activities, lessons after recess or after break? What is happening with our systems? What is happening with attendance? What is happening with punctuality? What are our systems telling us? We need to really dive in and look through. And of course, there's perception data, right? What do they think? It's very important to know what your customers think. Very important to know. Do they think you're doing a good job? Do they think you're not doing a good job? Do they really like something? Don't they like something? What is that data and how are you gathering that perception data? Are you conducting little surveys, just a simple survey? Perception, a wellness survey, for example. How's it going? How are we doing? For the little ones, the little children, what do you like about school? What do you like the most? What do you like the least? Gather the data you need to give you the feedback you need to improve, to give your teachers the feedback they need to improve, to give your students the feedback they need. Last thing I want to say about data and feedback is when you get that data, be sure to really think through it, spend time asking questions around it, really chew on that data. What is this data telling us? What is this showing? Ask those questions. Then determine a way forward, right? Okay, so the data is saying, yeah, we're not good at reading. Let's go back to Dr. K's example. Everyone's great at computation. We're great. Our numeracy skills are off the charts, but our literacy skills questionable. Okay, so what do we do about it? Can we determine, an intervention? Can we plan out something? So you don't introduce a new, literacy strategy or a new software, a new program, just because that's the latest thing in town. No, it needs to be a response to data. What is the data telling us about our school and our students, and how we're going to use that data to make a difference? So that's your determine, gather, and analyze. And then you create that intervention, right? Say, okay, I think we need to include an extra 30 minutes of guided reading. Think we need to do something at break time. I need to do something. We need a new reading program. Let's change all the books. Let's do something online. We create and implement a program, partner with relevant stakeholders. We implement that. But again, we must review. Is it working? Is it not working? Has it achieved the results? Has it given us the results we wanted to achieve? You see, we're going back to asking questions again, and then the whole cycle continues. Why are we doing this? Why are we doing this? We're doing this because little Joy and little Kachi and little John and little Taiwo need to know that, need to feel empowered to thrive. They need to feel empowered to engage the future and not be afraid. Last thing I want to say about us as teachers. This part is passionate to my heart. Why are we here? We're here for these children. We're here for these children. A quick LinkedIn search, just popped these up as the 10 most important skills that students need in 2024. Number 1, adaptive thinking. And I've paused and reflected hours and hours. In what subject, please, do we locate adaptive thinking? And I will ask you again, because I ask this question all the time. In what subject do we locate adaptive thinking? Somebody give me an answer. Is it, every teacher is going to name their subjects, I'm sure. They go, oh no, we do adaptive thinking in literacy. We do adaptive, but if we will even ask the parents in the room, the stakeholders, in what subjects do we use adaptive thinking, not creative thinking, not critical thinking, adaptive thinking. Adaptive thinking. Love it. I mean, that says in all subjects. Great. Life skills. Awesome. Delvine. Fantastic. So we include adaptive thinking in all subjects. In order to include adaptive thinking in all subjects, we need to provide the children the opportunity to think. I'm going to narrow the conversation a little bit to Nigeria specifically. Dr. Kachi mentioned that, yes, in a lot of our Nigerian schools, and a couple schools across Africa, by the way, children are taught to regurgitate information. They take the information off of the board or the teacher's notes, put it in their notes, give it back during the examination, boom, they're done. We do not provide enough opportunities for our children to think in the classroom. How much time have you allocated for the students in your classroom to think? How much time are they going to have to talk to each other, to review the learning, to think about, what's going on? Have a simple conversation. How much time? We need to review our timing. In a 40-minute lesson, how much time am I allocating to adaptive thinking, to any kind of thinking, critical thinking, problem solving? Look at all these skills. They're all skills. How much time am I allocating to developing perspective and empathy? Or are we still propagating that, very negative disposition of name and shame, where we laugh at the students who make a mistake and celebrate the ones who don't? And so the ones who make mistakes cower, they're timid, they don't even want to try, and they stay in that space of failure on a more permanent basis. Meanwhile, it's supposed to be temporary. Tommy Tenney says, or I think it's from Confucius, he who asks a question seems like a fool for 5 minutes, but he who doesn't ask a question remains a fool forever. We need to ask ourselves certain questions. Where are the opportunities for our students to develop these skills in our classrooms? As teachers, I challenge you today, provide multiple opportunities for your students to think. Provide multiple opportunities for your students to express their thoughts, to process information. So don't just pour in so that they have to memorize and regurgitate, but get them to hit deep levels of conceptual understanding so that they can apply the learning independently in your classroom, in real life, everywhere they go. That's it from me. Thank you very, very much for your time. I'm happy to take questions and comments if we have time for that or later in the day. But happy World Teachers Day again. God bless you. Enjoy the rest of the summit.
Thank you so much, Mara. That was such a thought-provoking session. I'm not a teacher. I'm a product of a teacher, but I loved it so much. Like it feels really different from what we're used to. So I'm hearing things about data, and I'm like, I'm very stunned, to say the least. I'm very stunned, and I'm really grateful that the teaching profession has gotten to this level. And I'm just further thankful to Dr. Kachi and to you as well for putting this session together to say, okay, we're not doing status quo anymore. There's no more status quo in teaching. There's no more status quo in education. Well, actually, I'm hearing academic, non-academic data. The only data I know that teachers would gather before was broadsheets. Open broadsheet, you had 20 in CA, you had 60 in exam, altogether 80 over 100. You are fine. And I mean, it's really inspiring, it's motivating. Thank you so much. This was such a wonderful session. And we have people on the comments and in the chats also telling you thank you and thank you for this session. We're going to take a couple of questions, about two or three, if you do not mind. So just permit me to read the first question. So the first question is from Diana Chukwemeka. It says, do teachers have time to do this in-depth work for every student? And I'm guessing it's with regards to when you said a teacher gives a student plus 2% on their scores. And so, of course, because teachers don't have the, for the lack of a better word, luxury of time for, especially with respect to teachers in public secondary schools, you're teaching 300 and something students, you're teaching 140 something students, you are the class teacher of 140 something students, you're teaching GS1 to GS3, A to D, mathematics. How many periods do you have? So you have a lot of students. So we're just going to be asking if the approach to teachers doing this in-depth work for every student?
Okay.
That's the question.
When we say we don't have time, that's not entirely correct. Time management is one of the things that we have to pay attention to, how we balance our time. Number two, we need to move away from being the sage on the stage and being the owner of all the content knowledge. We need to transition to becoming the guide on the side. Kachi said in primary 3 or so, her teacher encouraged her to teach. Teachers, guys, we don't have to do it all. Absolutely not. In a class of 100 children, so I was at a web seminar recently, and the teachers raised this. It's a challenge teachers raise all the time. You have sums to teach. Let's go to mathematics. So you have questions to teach, and the teacher feels, oh, they want to, explain the method and pour it out on the board and call one child to come and explain on the board, and then go back to your seat and then call another one child. You have 45 minutes for that lesson. Of course, the other 60 children are bored and poking each other with pencils. And then you now move away from the learning to addressing misbehavior. Someone said in the chat room, Pretty Uchenna, beautiful. Put the children in collaborative learning groups. In public schools, they sit in rows, in benches. That bench of 4 is a group. And so you put the question on the board and be like, okay, go. How do you guys think we can solve it? Everyone get to it. Let's work with them. Get them to think. That is where they develop the adaptive thinking. That is where they develop the critical thinking. But where the teacher feels, I'm the one who understands the best method to solve the problem, so I need to tell you what you need to do. No. The world has evolved. By the way, Google, hello. YouTube, hello. These children who have access more and more, because a lot of devices are smart, they can watch a quick YouTube video. That YouTube video will teach the lesson better than I could ever teach it. So we need to increase the number of tools in our toolboxes and move away from that traditional archaic method of standing in front of the room and being the only one speaking. We need to give our children a voice. We need to let them think, let them flesh out the learning, and that will save us a lot of time. So instead of marking 100 books and not being sure which one's right, which one's wrong, because I've given them 2 or 3 examples to solve, and I put it on the board and gave them time, and they worked it out, and they corrected each other. I'm like, okay, switch books, mark, check, make sure the method is correct, make sure all of that is done. I don't have to mark every single lesson, because every lesson is a learning opportunity. And so I'm working smarter and not harder. And that's what we need to do as teachers. We need to get the strategies to work smarter and not harder.
Wow, that's fantastic. That is brilliant. I mean, I'm just really taking all these lessons in, and it's really beautiful. Thank you so much for the insightful wisdom that you have put here with respect to that question. Let me pick the second question. I have it here. It says, how can teachers have a focus on their impact and leadership while also dealing with the day-to-day stress of teaching? How can teachers who really care work amidst school leaders who don't align with such values? Are those leading schools even aware of teachers' impacts, and have many of them even taught before? So that's the question that I have from here.
Yeah. I remember referencing the us against them divide that is prevalent in our schools. Yes, oftentimes it seems like administrators are on the dark side and we are on the side of light. We want to make a difference and they're frustrating our efforts. That is what it seems like. But as an administrator, I can tell you for a fact, every teacher that aligns with the big goal to make a difference in students' lives, I'm telling you, your administrators will support you. Where you have a challenge with your school leader, it is important to lead up. It's important to lead up. And what is one simple strategy you can do to lead up? Go to your administrator and ask a question. Ask a couple questions. I am thinking of doing this. Oh, I went for this summit and I was told to collaborate and I was told to work in groups. I want to try it, but I know from your experience, you will have some ideas for me. How do you think I should make this happen? How do you think I can try this out? You are inviting the administrator. You're selling your vision to the administrator and inviting them to be part of that process. It makes it easier. We cannot do this alone. So any teacher who feels they can, be the best person in their corner, you are influencing 60, 80, maybe 20 children per year. But when you work with the administrator, that strategy, that skill is then spread across the school. Because before you know it, the administrator says, oh, I like what Miss Uchenna is doing in her class. Miss Uchenna, can you come and talk to us at the staff meeting about ABC? And Miss Uchenna becomes the teacher leader, and she's sharing her experiences, and she's moving on. Class dynamics vary, class sizes vary, and of course, the smaller, the better. Everybody knows that. But where you have big numbers, we have to make it work, because you see, you are making a difference in the children's lives. This overt focus on knowledge sometimes is a challenge, where you feel, oh, I have to teach them. No, you don't. You need to get them to think, giving them the skills they need, inspiring them to make their own magic, inspiring them to be thinkers, to be problem solvers, cuts your teaching time by 50%, by up to 50%. Because the hours you would have explained, if you aggregate the time, I need to explain and explain, get them to read. Flip the learning a couple times. We have technology, let's use it. Okay, this is Teachers' Day, right? But I have to throw us under the bus a bit. Some of us are afraid of technology. You think you break the internet. You think you just delete something. It won't go away. Play around with technology. Okay, log on, watch something, preview that video, share it with your children. Where you have technology, where you don't have technology in your classroom, improve yourself. And last thing, come on, have a sense of humor, right? Be nice. Just crack a joke or something. Make your classroom fun so the children want to come to your class.
Thank you so much, Ma. That was stunning. That was stellar. I I always know that even when I was in the university, there's some lecturers whose courses I'm like, oh my God, here we go again. And there are others who are like, "Ah, I'm ready, even if it's 3 hours, take me away," because probably just because of the method of learning, infusing stories and humor rather into their teaching practice, and it's really inspiring. And I just really sit down, even if it was a 3 hour lecture, I wouldn't mind. But there's some lecturers, if it's 1 hour, I'm like, God, please help me, let me not sleep in this class. So I understand
I will
the
just have to cut you
importance
short
of,
there. Can I cut you short there, please? I really like what
yes, please, absolutely.
Dr. Isa said. I think there's been a heavy focus on intelligence linked to being able to pass maths and English. And we need to break that table now.
Yeah.
Intelligence is not linked to maths and English. So it is also an opportunity for you to start reviewing the lens with which you look at intelligent children. If you understand the different levels of intelligence or the different types of intelligence, you realize that some children are visual special learners. Some children are kinesthetic learners. And so they will do well with, molding things and touching things. So you need to understand, and this is some groundwork for teachers. You go back and say to yourself this week, I want to look at my learners. I want to look at my students. How do they actually take in knowledge? Because if you don't know how they take in knowledge, you're going to struggle to reach them. And that's why sometimes you find yourself flogging children in Africa because you haven't really taken the time to do the groundwork. So there are 7 types of intelligences. You must shift from intelligence that is limited to maths and English. Yes, some people are numerically intelligent. Some are vocally intelligent. And you see those students who are always talking, say, shut up, shut up, shut up. Some of them, that is where their intelligence level lies. Please embrace it. Please embrace it. Because the moment you understand the way a student takes in knowledge, you begin to understand that actually this child is skilled in this area. And we're going to actually change the way we teach these children. Another thing I need to mention, and Dr. Isa touched on this, which I'll be touching on later on. We looked at things like adaptive thinking, critical thinking. Now, working with the future of work in conjunction with the World Economic Forum, one of the things that kept on coming up was the fact that many of these students struggle to understand where they fit in the workplace. Because we have been taught to teach maths, you're doing maths, you're doing English, you're doing biology. No, that approach, please, we need to change it. Why am I saying this? If you put students, even young children, 2-year-olds, 3-year-olds in a group, what happens is that they learn teamwork. Teamwork is a valuable skill for the future of work. And so it is important that we start to think, how do I actually interpret my context, my learning context, and map it to a global framework? Let me tell you what is going to change for teachers. Let me tell you what is going to change for organizations and school owners. What will change is when you're able to tell your parents, tell parents, we're not just teaching your children to pass maths and English. We're actually teaching your children to prepare them for the future of work. You know, Dr. Issa has been saying this thing about evolution. It's happening very quickly. You can either choose to adapt to technology, embrace it. You can choose to sit back. However, don't say, I don't have a laptop. Don't say, I don't have an iPad. There are things that you have at your disposal. When I learned maths, I learned to count with counter, bottle covers. And so you need to start asking yourself, even as things are evolving, how do I take what is in my local context and map that? Now, this is one of the things that we're going to be showing you. We can't show all of this in this session, but as we get into the Train the Trainer program, you know, for 3 months, we want to actually work with you, empower you to say, I have counter, I have bottle covers in my house. I can pick this. I can even get the children involved. We have stones, but we can use this to make something meaningful. Let me say this to you, and I'll stop here. You're not just teaching children. You're not just empowering lives. One thing is clear. The moment you embrace the new methods of teaching, you begin to realize that you're not just empowering the children, but you're making sure that they're ready for the future of work. You're making sure that they are ready for the future of work. And the thing is that we will continue to compete with global audiences. How are we making sure our children are equipped to compete at that level? One of the problems I kept on facing when I was lecturing was that some of the African, students would come to me and say, they didn't teach us this. And that is a responsibility. Dr. Issa has just talked about leadership. That's a responsibility on us as educators. It's a responsibility on parents as well. And it's an opportunity to say to yourselves, to reflect and think, how do I make sure that I am empowering my learners to compete globally, not in the local context? And I know that we're so tired about Africa and Nigeria and all the things happening, but shift focus from that realm and say, I am working on making sure that my students are on the global stage. I'll stop for now.
Awesome, awesome. Ty will permit me to just share, based on what Dr. Kachi shared, because just to reiterate that, I was one of those who was considered unintelligent in secondary school, in primary school, because my younger brother and my younger sister were great at cramming, and I was horrible at cramming. I can't cram, but if I understand something, I will remember. So Howard Gardner's research progressed from the 7 types of intelligence, went to 8, now he's at 9. God knows where he's going to be, or somebody else, maybe Dr. Kachi will develop 12 with all her research. But right now we're at 9. So you teach to your preferred intelligence. You teach to your preferred intelligence. So if you're a logical, mathematical person, numbers come very easily to you. The person who numbers does not come easily to then becomes frustrated in your classroom because you're explaining something that makes sense to you, but is Greek to the person. When you get them to talk to each other, when you get them to explain to each other, they use the different approaches to share with each other. They learn from each other. Then again, you not being the sage on the stage facilitates your students' learning. So again, please, it's not all about us. We are not on the stage. That era is gone. We are on the side, we're guiding them. So if they're visual, they're interpersonal, intrapersonal, kinesthetic, however they learn, we can get them to optimize that learning and achieve the set objectives without them learning the way we prefer. So we give our students a voice and involve them in designing our learning experiences.
Wow, 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 wow. I think I'm just going to be clapping every day, like after every speaker today. Thank you so much, Mark. Can we all just say, I mean, I don't have any more questions for you. I don't have any more questions for you, so I'll just say thank you so much. Can we all echo thank you so much, Dr. Issa, in the comments as we move on in. Thank you so much, Dr. Issa. There have been so many thank yous and so many thoughts that have been going on the comments. And one that I will take, even if I am not a teacher, yes, maybe, is don't be the sage on the stage, be the guide on the side. You are not, for the lack of a better word, you're not alpha and omega in that child's life. All you are there to do is guide and direct them in the way that it should go. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you so much. I see the applause coming. Please keep it coming. Please keep the applauses coming and keep the thank yous coming in the chat. Thank you so much, Dr. Issa, once again. Moving on to our next speaker. I read his bio and I'm like, again, thank you so much, Dr. Kachi, for putting together such an intentional and intelligent guest line, speaker line. While we're waiting for the bio to be played, please let's make welcome Abiodun Odogun. Thank you.
Abiodun Odogun, fondly called Abe, is the coordinator of God's Hands Developmental Therapy, an organization that focuses on working and integrating children with exceptional needs into the society. He's a highly sought-after professional with over 14 years of experience in rendering special needs intervention services to schools, families, and corporate organizations. He is a living testament that individuals and pupils with special needs can function and be included in mainstream settings, having struggled with dyslexia all through his early learning years. He has a first degree in accounting and has successfully transitioned into special needs education. With a resounding applause and a digital ovation, please make welcome Abiodun Odogun to the TTT Summit 2024.
You're welcome, sir. The floor is yours. Thank you.
Hi, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everywhere in the world you're joining from. It's such a great honor and privilege to be on this platform. Please confirm you can hear me very well.
There's an echo, but we can hear you.
Let me just address that. I have two devices on so I can
Okay.
share. Is it better now?
Yes, thank you.
Is it better now, please?
Yes, it is. Thank you.
Give me a minute, please. Let me try to set up my. All right, just confirm you can hear me now.
Yes, Mr. Abe, you are audible.
All right. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Dr. Kachi, for such an opportunity to be able to share a bit of information and also talk about my struggles and the few opportunities I have to, and the coping mechanism I use to also get myself on to the level where I am today. And also, I must say a very big thank you to Dr. Issa. Thank you very much. You've done justice to a lot of things I was even going to mention. And my story kind of resonates, looks a bit more similar with that of Dr. Kashi, what she shared, I like I already said, I'm dyslexic. I still struggle till date with letters, with reading, and with having to do a lot of writing. I struggle a whole lot. So I kind of have a serious concerns when it has to do with examination. So I'm always nervous if I have to do exams because I know that I'm going to be tasked to write and I'm going to be on time. And all of this put me under some kind of intense pressure. And so I'm not a A student, the B, C, I'm around the DC, and we call it 11 people go kind of a thing. Not because I don't know what I want to do, but because the ability to really conceptualize it and put it down in letters is a bit very much difficult for me to deal with. So if you ask me, in words, I can tell you everything I'm thinking about, everything, all the ideas are right there in my head, but putting it down is a bit of a problem for me. So I have struggled through all of these, and I'm still evolving around that. And that also leads me to the part where I would say I learned to read using the unusual pattern. So that's why I'm also appreciating Dr. Isa for saying we need to go out of the traditional way to do it a bit more different. I learned to read before the advent of Montessori in our African context as much as possible. My father taught me to read using the RBD, the Yoruba letter sounds. Then we do not have, a lot of familiarity with the Montessori sound in our culture. All right. So, but it came around like, okay, you're struggling with the A for apple, B for ball. I'm not connecting it. All right. It's not connecting A for apple, A, and apple, B for ball. They are not flowing in the way my brain is waving it is not coordinating. So it's like, okay, let me take you back the way it's supposed to. So you wrote down the letters of the Yoruba alphabet, A, B, D, A, F, E, D, and then it was joining them together for me, and I was able to blend and read few letters together from there. And it made me to be able to, at this level now, there's virtually a word I can't pronounce. I cannot read, that I cannot be able to put letters together to blend them together. But what I was doing initially was I was cramming all the books we read in our public secondary primary schools then. Agbo live in town of Lagoon, Edit live in Calabar, and all of those, I knew them. So if you're doing group reading and they say, Abby, your turn, I don't have to know where the person stopped. I will just keep on reciting. The teacher thinks I'm reading the book, but it's a lie. I'm just reciting what I've memorized. All right, that's how I was able to cope and also learn. So I haven't struggled with this over the years. I was able to share some more information with people, and I would just like to share my screen now if I'm given the opportunity to, so I can just touch base on some of the few things I have highlighted in the few time I have, and I hope we find it. Can I be allowed to share my screen, please? Yes, please. All right, thank you. So okay, so sorry, excuse me, please. Okay, yeah. So thank you very much. And I'm just going to start with, I'm going to be talking a bit more about inclusive education. I'm going to be looking at it from the aspect of equity and equality. This part of it is something very important for us to deal with. And so I'm going to start with yesterday's Teachers Day, and we're still in the spirit of celebrating World Teachers Day. Can I please ask that you all give a round of applause to all our teachers anywhere around the world, the ones that have impacted you, the ones that have been so awesome to you, the ones that helped you to become as much as you are. If you're a teacher in the room, you're in this session, please give yourself a round of applause. If there's a teacher in your mind, you're thinking of, the teacher was mentioning names of teachers that helped them, please give yourself a round of applause. You're heroes, you're doing a lot good. You're creating and helping people become a better version of themselves. I cannot but say thank you for dedicating time to shape the world through shaping the children that comes around your way. Thank you very much for all you do. So I'm going to start with that. And then I'm going to be talking about special needs, in a bit. So my introduction is just to let you know that the word special needs is not new anymore. It's around us. If you look to your left or to your right now, you will see something and someone dealing with a particular kind of, dealing with something around you. They are everywhere around us now. So as it is, we cannot shy away from being sensitive and being very aware of special needs. So special needs is not strange anymore, all right, in our schools. It's everywhere around us, but it's about the way you look at it, the way the definition you give to it that differs. And some school of thought have argument that anyone that does not have good knowledge of special needs in this era and time we are in now is not fit to be in our school settings anymore. Yes, because every time you go into a classroom, you will observe that there are a large number of pupils, differentiated learners in the gathering. And if you do not know how to relate with that child that is having to deal with delayed processing skills, you don't know how to relate with that child that is gifted and talented, you don't know how to deal with that child that is a slow learner, that child that's ADHD, and all of this put together, you will just keep on struggling. And instead of helping the children, you end up causing more harm than good to the child. Dr. Esther mentioned about how she failed physics F. I was surprised when I heard chemistry A, math A, and physics F. I was like, how does that connect? And I'm trying to imagine the level of I'm trying to picture how it is whenever she sees the physics teacher come into class and how she feels within her, the turn off immediately, you just turn off like, no, I'm not supposed to be here. And when you're turned off, you really cannot receive anything from such a person you're turned off from. So and that same thing that happens. I was in the setting one time and I was observing, and every little instance, I had to get out of my class. And the child finds it very reinforcing to go out of the class because to the child, the lesson is boring. So he wants to do something to get himself interested in being there. But to the teacher, you're disturbing, so get out of my class. And the child keeps going out and does not find any fault in going out. Going out does not solve the behavior because the child comes back to class again and does the same thing again, and then they keep going out. Are you achieving anything by so doing? No. So if you understand how you can relate with that child in that setting, it helps you to teach the child better and achieve better results with that child. Hence, it's very important that everyone in this system of education have a hand-on of a bit of information, in fact, a lot of information on how to work with different children at different time, in clusters, individually, and as much as they are around you. All right. So having said that, do you know that you all are special? I am special. I've identified myself. It took me a lot of time to identify myself. I just knew that I wasn't able to learn the way others are learning. I always draw. When I get to school, my books, I will just keep drawing all the cartoon characters, all the characters available on my notes. I don't write notes because I have, it was disturbing for me, but I could draw, I could sketch, I could do all kind of things on the book. So I haven't done all of this. Now, can we also try to put a test to ourselves? You are there with you. If you are right-handed, if you have a book around you, let's really do a brief something very interesting. I have a pen with me. If you have a book around you, just if you're right-handed, put your pen on your left hand. All right. If you're right-handed, put your pen on your left hand, get a book, and try to write this thing I have here on my screen. If you can see the screen, it says my name is, you put your name right with your left hand. If you are left-handed, put your pen on your right hand and try to use your right hand to write all of those things I have on my screen. Write on your notes. And I'm going to count to 10. When I get to 10, you must stop. So wherever you are, that is it. Now, this is an African classroom setting. You have an exam to do. You're not considering how I'm going to put that thing, but you give me a time. I don't care if you finish or not. So I'm counting it. I'm on 7, 8, 9, pens up. Now you stop right there. If you write anything, you'll be in trouble with me. Now, can you imagine first what it's like trying to figure out in your brain how to hold the pen with your unfamiliar hand? You need to first understand how to hold the pen and grip it. How do you position your hand on the table to make sure you have a good position to write? And then how do I form this letter M with my left hand? That's about the same way it feels when a child that is said to be special is in a setting and you're putting the child under a kind of duress in trying to do things the way you want him or her to do it, not considering how best would this child be able to learn or do this thing. Right now, so I'm going to allow a few people. Dr. Kachi, please, can you unmute your mic and tell us how does it feel writing with your left hand and how many lines are you able to complete?
It was not even in a straight line. Everything was going zigzag. Like, see, if you can see, you see, I couldn't even keep it to a straight line. So
I can imagine. Can I have somebody else just unmute your mic? Tell me, how does it feel? You can go to the chat box. Tell us how it feels so that we don't have to waste much time and we'll just get through that. Okay, so you can see that sometimes the children want to do a lot. You have effort, you put in the effort, you want to write it. All right, but you just feel like you're just struggling because the brain is not able to put those things together as the way you want to put it down. All right. So I haven't said that. Now I'm going to tell us that we have people like that in our settings, and we must include them. They must learn with us. They must be able to participate. They are not going to be secluded. They are not going to be segregated. They have to also be involved in what we do. So inclusion terms, the time inclusion captures in short. Now, like I said, I have a bit of disturbance with lettering, so I might not be able to read the same word the way it's appearing on the screen. Please bear with me, right? But I've tried to cram this, so I'm just trying to return to you what I have crammed. That's one of the coping mechanisms I still use up till now. I still cram. All right. So please take note of that. I still cram a whole lot. All right. Though I've been able to, but when I'm under some kind of a situation like this where I have to deliver, I still get naive, I still get tense, and the lecture still comes to me like they are blurry. All right. So I'm just putting that out so you can be aware. And if you have a child around you in your class that goes through this, remember that Abby said he does this too. So it will help you to also understand that sometimes that child wants to read in your class, but at that moment it's tense and as such it's blurry to him. Allow the child some time and then get the child back again. Okay, let's do it this time around. I know you can do it. And then the child feels ease and then be able to go along with it. So inclusion captures in short and embracing, sorry, I think there's an obstruction here. Embracing societal ideology, right, regarding individuals with disability and special needs, all right? Inclusion here means that it secures opportunity for all students with disabilities to learn along their non-disabled peers in general educational classroom. I'm using the word disabilities here so that we can relate a lot more, all right, with special needs, with additional needs, exceptional children, to learn along their peers in classroom. Inclusion takes place where there is acceptance of different learners with different behaviors to learn together in a given setting. That is to say, we are not trying to say, oh, because you make too much noise, you will not stay in the class today. Let others learn. No. If the child makes too much noise, there can be a way we can modify things around that setting and around that space to include that child for the period we are learning from. Do you know that those children that some of us consider very disturbing, they are subject teachers that will come into class and they are giving 100% focus without disturbing all through that lesson? Do you know we have such children in our classrooms? And then you'll be wondering, how come you're so quiet and calm during this lesson? And when it's my turn, you just begin to do something entirely different. Now, I will tell you that sometimes learning has to be a bit more of interest. All right, learning has to go a lot more with interest. If what you're doing does not interest me, I would definitely not be in tune with what you were going to deliver to me. And that's why I was relating with Dr. Isa when she was saying the physics thing, because she lost interest because the teacher did not create interest in her to want to do the physics. All right, as such, she lost interest in it, and you can imagine. So why inclusion for children with disability? Why do we need to include children with needs into the school, into the society? The first thing is it helps them to understand that there is this thing called friendship. Because most times when children are said to have needs, they're a bit more segregated. There was time I was in Onitsha some years ago to see a family, and I was told that the child I was going to see had never been out of the compound for 5 years, since they moved into that environment. Is always within the compound. I was like, oh, interesting. I'm going to spend just a few days with you. All right. But I am going to make sure that within this few days that I'm going to spend in this place, we are going to go out. And the people are like, no, we can't do that. We are people of schedule. We have this class and these people should not be seen. I was like, I'm so sorry. That means you don't want me to be around. If I'm going to be here, all right, I'm going to do this. And we did. And their worry was that it's going to be a bit out of order. It's going to be this. And guess what? We did it for free. And he was able to get along. He now longs to go out. He always wants to go out. And because we are able to try it, he has now been able to adapt to a bit of that. Yeah, but however, we must be able to understand the child's level of societal understanding before we put some measures in place. I've seen that He can. That's why I introduced it. So you must be able to know the child and know what you're able to introduce to the child so that he doesn't struggle and get into trouble. Another thing again is increased social interaction. All right. Peer role and academic society behavior skills, increase achievement of IEP goals. If the goals is just for the child to be able to write, and the child keeps writing in one room, and the child is not able to write in another room, and another room again, it means the writing achievement is just space specific, is a place bound. If the child gets to a different class entirely, can the child also still write? And he knows that when I'm here as well, I should write. If the IEP goal is for the child to be able to read, if he reads in your class and is not able to read at home, it still shows that this IEP goal is not yet achieved in a larger scale. All right. So that's why inclusion is very important. I'm not going to be able to read through the slide all through all of these, but I believe that you can take note of them because of time. All right. So I'll just go on to the next one. Why inclusion for children without disabilities? All right. Now, for children without disabilities, why do they need children with needs around them? Why do we need to incorporate them into a school, in quotes, a mainstream school? Why? Number one, it helps the child that is not special to understand meaningful friendship because the child is said to be special, right? Have some level of needs. And I know the child has a need, but I still want to get close to this child. I still want to be around. I still want to be a body to this child. That friendship is meaningful because it is not about what I get in return. It's about I just want to be of human. I want to be human around this person. And that helps that child to be a better person in society going forward because I'm not going to be selfish. I'm also going to be selfless. I'm also going to be looking out for this person to do better. All right. It increases appreciation and acceptance of individual differences, right? Now, the last part of it, all student needs are better met, greater resources for everyone. I was making some research and I got to realize that the Montessori system of education wasn't primarily made, all right, to educate the mainstream. I don't know if I was not primarily made to educate mainstream. It was a system that was designed to help people that are struggling to be able to adapt to certain learning skills, all right? As such, Madam Montessori came up with different tools, different modules to bring learning to those ones that are below the learning ladder. Now, we have Montessori schools across everywhere in the globe, and we have mainstream students logging into it to go and use that process. If there is no need, there would not have been such provision. And as such, the populace would not have been able to use that. So you see, all students now are better met because now there's resources on number road, there's resources on short vistas, there's resources on peak series, blue series, green series, and we can achieve a lot more, all because there is a need. I also got talking to somebody, and somebody said to me again that, do you know that the idea of elevators are not ideally for regular people? Because if you have legs and it's working well, climb the stairs. I am special, I can't climb the stairs, so the elevator is being made available for me to use. But now, when we go to places that are a bit higher, we all want to plug the elevator because it's easier, all right? All of these modalities that are made is because children with special needs needs to be included in society. And that's why we are now able to access some of these greater goods that are made available to us. And that's why we should have them in our society as well. Another thing again now, having said that, right, how does inclusion work? As a classroom teacher, as a school administrator, as individuals that work around children with special needs in schools, at home, in that Sunday school, your church Sunday school, in that small group you have around you where you have children come around and you want to include children, the first thing we all have to do is to accept them. Because if you do not open your ideas to accepting that, yes, I understand that people come from different range and people have different language base, people have different cognitive base, people have different behavioral background, it will be difficult to have them included. So you must first accept the fact that I'm going to take in people from different space and open to them. You accept them. But while you are accepting them, you must also be ready to go a little extra mile. You must be able to you must be ready to be able to put in and open to new ideas. Why you accept, must be ready. You must be open to new ideas, because if I'm coming with a different language base You must learn my ideas of how my language will work around you. If I'm coming with a different behavioral pattern, you must learn behavioral patterns that will help me to relate with you. So you must be open to it, to accept me in, to have me in. Also, when you do that, then you have to go a little extra mile. You must put in a little extra effort. That child cannot access the curriculum as it is. Do we need to make an IEP for that child? Okay, do we need to, this child cannot access the comprehension passage that the class is to do. Can I print a short story that the child can relate with and present it to that child as his own comprehension story while we are still working on to get him to understand the bigger picture? Can he access only the first paragraph of the top 6 standard comprehension? First paragraph alone. Answer a question related to that. After you do that, you can do the next one. So the child can be easily eased in. So you're going extra effort to give extra accommodations for that child to settle in. But for you to go extra, to do a little extra, you must love the child. All right? You must love that person that you want to go a little extra for. All right? So that's another thing. And then the next one, you must encourage yourself. This is not an easy terrain to be in. A lot of times when we finish a session and you be like, God help me. And I said, the Lord is my strength. Because there's a lot that you're going to be dealing with behavior, you're going to be dealing with language, you're going to be dealing with a lot of things will be coming up. And you have to encourage yourself. The next day, I'm going again to go make impact. I'm going to go again to create avenue for this child to learn. And then you encourage yourself to be able to deliver what is expected and for that child to be able to become better. And the next part is you must communicate. You can't keep this to yourself. You must have people that you have to relate with based on the child. Have a team that you talk to so that you can have them, give you a perspective that is different from how you see and how you can help the child. Now, also for you to be able to help the child, you must understand the 4 functions of behavior. All right, there are 4 functions of behavior that you must understand. Sometimes the children give you a behavior as a way of communication. And if you don't understand a child's behavior is looking towards escape or avoiding, you might misinterpret what the child is trying to relate with you. If you don't understand the child's behavior is seeking towards attention and is seeking an attention, you will misinterpret it and then it become a bit of difficulty to get along. All right. Another thing again is you need to be able to understand, is this behavior looking towards to assess something tangible? The child might be hungry, wants snacks, but you're saying, keep quiet, keep taking my class. The child wants snacks, and if the snacks is not given, the behavior does not stop. All right, that's also something you need to understand. Every behavior you have around the child, there's a function to it. And is this behavior sensory stimulating? Is it about him not being able to regulate the sensory perception around him? Is it that the weather is too hot and he needs to express himself because he can't bear it anymore? Is it too cold? And in all of those things needs to. And I also relate with something much more different, physical and medical conditions. If I come to school with a headache, I would have a very bad day. If I'm the most brilliant day in your class, and I'm having a headache that day, give it to me, I will not be as functioning as I usually would be. As such, I would not give you the ultimate you want to see in me. So you won't call me lazy, unwilling, call me Olodo and all of those names because there's function of the behavior I'm presenting to you at that moment. I think at this function, I'm running out of time, and you must also understand equity and equality. Equality is giving everybody the same thing. Just keep doing it. All of you, you do 1 to 100. If you get 5, you are Olodo. If you get 10, you are not brilliant. You get, but
Taiwo, I think Mr. Abi's thing has
Yeah, I think his video
yeah.
is frozen. Um, so whilst we wait for him to finish his wrap up, um, I just want to I just want to enjoin us to just give a very big, warm round of applause to Mr. Abe for that insightful presentation. I mean, it's one thing to know that okay, we now have children with special needs. Is another thing to also understand how they would be ingratiated into class. But for both the children that have special needs and the ones that do not have special needs. And it's something that I'm learning and I'm like, okay, there has to be different. We have to do things differently. We have to have a different approach. So please, can we, in the virtual room, please give a big round of applause for Mr. Abe. I know that there are a couple of people who have questions, but because of time, we won't be able to take questions now. But the link to the question form would be passed in the chat, and at a designated time, we'll be taking general question and answer for all our speakers. Thank you so much, Mr. Abe. That was such a thoughtful presentation, especially with regards to children with special needs. And it's great to also know that special needs is not a fluke. It's not just somebody trying to throw tantrums. It's not a child trying to be unruly or a child trying to be disobedient. There are people and children who have special needs and have to be and we have to accommodate them. More than accommodate them, we have to include them into society and into our learning classrooms. Thank you so much, Mr. Abe, again. I see someone say they would like to connect with Mr. Abe. We will be dropping his contact or his social media handles very soon. Thank you so much. On Next up, we have Dr. Somachi Kachiko. I hope I got the pronunciation of your name correctly. And let's listen and watch her bio now. Thank you.
Dr. Somachi Kachiko is a seasoned educator and expert with a track record of designing and implementing innovative strategies in both the private and public sectors. With a strong background in education, she's both a trailblazer and a change agent in the global education sector by forging synergies and harnessing her expertise in curriculum development and international educational best practices, policies, and reforms. Dr. Somachi is the Curriculum Director at Phoenix TS, a renowned professional training service and corporate learning provider. As a curriculum developer and instructional designer, she plays a pivotal role in shaping the company's learning initiatives. With a resounding applause and a digital ovation, please make welcome Dr. Somachi Kachiko to the TTT Summit 2024.
Good morning, good morning, good morning. And actually, it may be afternoon wherever you are, but I'm joining everyone from Maryland, USA. I've been up since 4 a.m., but guess what? Teachers are worth it, right? You guys are worth every second. Like, I kept waking up. I would wake up at like 1 a.m. I'm like, it's not time yet. And I wake up at 2 a.m. and I'm like, it's not time yet. And I was like 4. And then finally it was time. And education is dear to me. Teachers are dear to me. And this is a passion. So it's such a pleasure to be here. But before I get started, we've been listening to a lot of heavy content. So Taiwo, my teacher, I don't know if you have any music. I just want us to just shake it out, right? Because as educators, we should never really take ourselves too seriously, because we're working with students. We want to create a very relaxing environment, something fun. And I don't know if any of you work in elementary school and you've met Gen Alpha, but when you're working with young children, you can't take yourself too seriously. So please, what music do you guys have? Let's just shake it out. Let's shake it out, guys. Let's shake it out. I'm going to stand by. And wherever you are, just stand up for a second, because I know we've been sitting, we've been listening, we've been taking notes, but let's have a little break. And then I'll get into my presentation. So let's just wait for some things, everyone. It's such a pleasure to be here. And happy, happy, happy World Teachers Day. Oh my goodness. Today is a day that we celebrate you. I know there's so much on your mind as teachers. There's the thing about teachers is that you have your personal life, you have the things you deal with behind the scenes. And as a teacher, you always, everyone's telling you, bring your A game, come to class smiling, come to class with your toolbox, your lesson notes, your lesson plans, come with new ideas, come with innovation. And, that's a lot, right? It's a lot. And today I want to join everyone here to really acknowledge and appreciate teachers, because you guys have to put aside your personal struggles and be the best version of yourselves consistently for your students. And that's a big deal. And that's the reason why we're here. When I was listening to my bio as they're reading it, my bio always makes me shy. But I was like, teachers did that, right? So whenever you guys hear like amazing bios, just know that you did that. That's you. That's you, the teachers. You're the ones that make people outstanding, make people knowledgeable, make people confident. That's your work. And so anytime you see greatness, please celebrate yourself, because without teachers, there would be no greatness. So again, I join everyone to celebrate you today. It's truly a privilege to be here with all the amazing educators on a day where we get to celebrate the transformative impact teachers have worldwide. Teaching in the 21st century brings new challenges, but it also comes along with incredible opportunities to grow, to be innovative, and to make students more successful. Today, my goal is to share with you practical strategies that are not only actionable, but adaptable to your teaching environment. So regardless of where you're teaching, if you're teaching in a rural area, in an urban area, in a suburban area, I'm hoping that my presentation will really give you strategies that will help you leverage on technology, help you foster creativity, manage diverse learning needs, and create a more engaging, emotionally supportive classroom. As teachers, we all want to see our students do well, right? We all want to see our students strive, but we also need the tools to make our jobs easier and more fulfilling. In the classroom, I don't want us to feel like we're there for the students only. We're also there for ourselves. This is our craft, right? And we're building it. We're building it because we're building ourselves. So we're not in the classroom for teachers or parents, for students or parents. We're also there because we're building ourselves. So the same way a doctor goes into the hospital and they're improving their craft to be better doctors is the same way we show up as teachers, and we're constantly improving ourselves to be better teachers. So as we move through today's session, I want you to think about something. You've been given a lot of questions, but this is my question. How can you apply these innovative strategies I'm going to be sharing to benefit your classroom? And don't have the added, like, I'm going to share some tips and you're going to be like, my school, we don't even have internet. How's that going to happen? My school, the admins are not even inclusive. How's that going to happen? I want you to set aside every negative thought, every challenge. And as I speak, the first thing that will come to you may be, this is not even possible in my school. But immediately I need you to reframe it and ask yourself, how can I make this possible? Right? So I'm going to start. Are you guys sharing my slides, or should I share it myself?
You can share it.
Okay. So I'm going to share my slides, but while I'm getting my slides together, I really want you to start reframing your mind and, putting on that innovative hat. So I don't want you to see challenges when I share my tips. And let me get my slides ready. Okay, oops. Zoom, share. The thing with technology is that no matter how many times you use it, it's always so complicated. Okay. You guys see my screen? All right, so let's go to the beginning. All right. Okay, actually, let me use this view. This is easier for me. Okay. So today, basically, I have limited time, and I don't want one teacher to play that song. Like when you're trying to get an award and they play the song to kick you off. That is not going to be me, okay? I'm going to stick to time. So I'm going to give you 5 tips, right? 5 solutions to make sure that you have a modern classroom. You have a classroom that's thriving. You have a classroom that you're benefiting from and the students are benefiting from, right? So let's go. Now, the first thing you want to always do in any classroom is leverage on technology, because that's important. Oh my goodness, my slides just disappeared. 1 second. Can you guys see my slides?
Yes, we can still see your
Okay,
slides on
right.
the screen.
All right. So you want to leverage on technology in your classroom because in today's world, technology is really the foundation on which everything is being operated from. So you don't want to, we want to move away from the manual, old-fashioned classrooms, and we want to go to a more digital environment. Because when things are digital, guess what? You're exposing yourself beyond what you have in your classroom. You're exposing and you're challenging the minds of your students. So in any way possible, you want to try and use interactive platforms. You want to try and use online learning platforms. And most importantly, it's 2024, you want to use AI. Now, these slides are going to get to you, so I'm not going to go through all the lines. I'm going to kind of just start basically plant seeds in your mind. And when you get the slides, then you figure out how you want to implement it. And so in any capacity, if you don't have computers, you have a phone, right? You have to figure out in what way, even if in some schools, I know maybe every classroom doesn't have technology, there's a computer center. So you want to schedule time for your class to be there, right? The computer room is not only for STEM courses, it could be for your English class, your social studies class, your health class. You want to talk to your school admins and find out how your students can get time on technology, right? That is very important. But if you're lucky enough to have classrooms that are interactive, you have a whiteboard, you have what do you call it? The students have laptops, then it's important that you just don't use the computers everyone open Microsoft Word. No, you want to start using platforms that expose the students, right, to technology and how to learn using technology. Next, you want to encourage critical thinking and creativity. Now, I know most of us are joining from Africa, even though this is a global platform. We need to start learning how to separate the cultural in education settings, right? Education has gone beyond where the teacher is speaking and the students are learning. No, your classroom is a space where you're learning, the students are learning. And the only way the only way the classroom can be mutually beneficial is when you allow for creative thinking and critical thinking in your classroom. You don't want to shut down students, right? You don't want to tell them that they're thinking out of the box or caution them for, not sticking to the lesson plan because kids think differently. So you want to have a classroom where students come in and their mind is just open and there's a conversation and you're learning, they're learning, their peers are learning, and everyone is benefiting from the lesson. And what are some of the ways you can do this? Inquiry-based learning. Set the mind of your students. It doesn't matter if you're teaching algebra that day. It doesn't matter if you're teaching types of government that day. The same way, if you notice, all the presenters today have challenged you with a question. And what that question does is that it aligns your thinking faculties. It aligns your brain to start preparing to learn and also to ask yourself, how am I going to contribute to this conversation? So one of the ways you can do that is ask a question. Before your students even come into the classroom, you can have the question on the whiteboard, or you can just pose the question to them. And then they start thinking. So as you're teaching, they're thinking, and you see that the learning becomes much more dynamic. Also, you want to try and make your lessons as hands-on as possible, especially with STEM projects, right? Yes, there are limited resources. Yes, I know some of us are very frustrated with what's happening in our classrooms and our schools and even the education sector generally. And let me tell you, whatever country you're calling in from, don't victimize yourself. Don't tell yourself, oh, if I was teaching another country. Unfortunately, education is not funded across the globe. And it's something that everyone is working on. And that's why Dr. Kachi is so amazing, because in her own way, she's trying to improve the experiences and dignity of teachers. So we just have to be creative with what we have. And that's why technology comes in, Facebook is not just for checking in on your friends and classmates. TikTok is not content that's irrelevant and trivial. These platforms actually have solutions. For every topic you want to teach, there are teachers that have gone out of their way to put things on these platforms, on YouTube, on Pinterest. And so if you find out that you have limited resources, you don't have what it takes to make STEM projects interactive or hands-on, no. Go online. You will find teachers in more remote settings who are somehow making it happen. And then you learn from there, right? Also, creative writing and art projects. And this, a lot of times people will think, oh, creative writing is for language arts, is for English. No, it's beyond that. Again, you see how storytelling was used today? You can use it in any class you're teaching because you want to make your content relatable. You want to bring your content to the level where the students have an idea what you're thinking, what you're talking about. Because when they're familiar with the content, then they start thinking critically and creatively. But when you teach and the concept is so abstract, the students can't tap in. They're not able to envision what you're talking about, and they end up being lost, right? So these are some ways that we can encourage critical thinking and creativity in our classrooms. Adapt to diverse learning styles, which the speakers before me have spoken about. Your class is very diverse. There's so many different types of learners. And so we can't afford to create lesson plans and teach in a way that only one group of learners will be able to catch on, right? I'm assuming that before you start your school year, you already know the different types of learners in your classroom. And you've gone through the whole differentiation process and you've somewhat created groups or have an idea. Now, for some of us, our classrooms are actually ridiculously large. Just way too many kids are in a classroom. But what are we going to do? That's just a challenge that we're faced with. And so when you have these kind of settings, you may not be able, because I know that was a question about how are you able to assess students individually, right? That may not be a privilege or a luxury that you have, but what you do is that you then create lessons that cover as many type of learning styles as possible. So you have something for the visual learners, you have something for the kinesthetic learners, you have something for the auditory learners. So you want to make sure that your classroom is as exciting as possible so that whatever it is and however you learn, there's something. So let's say you're teaching, let me see, what are we going to teach? Types of soil, right? We're going to have visual aids, right? You're going to play a YouTube video if that's possible. And it's okay to do something on your phone and pass around your phone. Again, we're not going to let challenges stop us, right? We're going to go outside and try and see if we can get different types of soil. And if we even just have one type of soil is the sand outside, that's okay. We can just tell them what soil is not, right? So these are the ways. Again, I don't want you to limit yourself and focus on what you don't have. Learning can take place with the most limited resources. It's okay to even have pictures of different types of soil if you're not privy to actually having the soil. And again, when in doubt, you play a YouTube video, right? And then the students get to see. But every student should be learning in your classroom. And I love that the previous speakers spoke about, not using terms like Olodo or she's not intelligent. No. This is 2024, guys. We're beyond that. It's really about creating spaces where everyone can learn. And that's one of the things that we've been doing today, because today you teachers are the students. And that's why I brought music. Some people music wakes them up. Some people storytelling wakes them up, right? Some people are like visuals and we're watching and we're being animated. So Kachi has gone out of her way to pick a diverse group of speakers. So one person must minister to you. And as teachers, that's what we're called to do in our classrooms as well. Incorporate social emotional learning. Guys, we already know mental health is a thing. And it's not a thing for adults who have bills to pay. It's also a thing for children, right? From as young as kindergarten. And that's why in our classrooms, we have to, oh my goodness, not that music. In our classrooms, we have to check in. So whenever you can, make sure you start your day with how's everyone doing? What's going on? Do icebreakers, right? Come up with creative ways to let children know that you care about them, and what they're going through at home, it's relevant, right? Because some kids really do go through a lot at home before they come to school. So you want to find a way to incorporate SEL in your classroom as well. Then you want to create a growth mindset. I know we all know what growth mindset is, and that's what I've been trying to do as I present to you. You want to make sure that everyone is thinking proactively in your classroom. But that starts with you, the teacher, right? If as a teacher, you come into the classroom and you're just whining and complaining and just going on about what's not working, your students are going to pick on that vibe. They're going to pick on that energy. And so you as a teacher, you have to show up with that growth mindset, right? And I put here some of the ways that you can promote a growth mindset in your classroom. You want to promote effort, not intelligence, because everyone is intelligent. We don't want, when students make mistakes, I'm sure there's no teacher here that's saying you should go and kneel down and raise up your hand, because I know it's 2024 and no one's doing that, right? And then you want to set goals, which is very important. I love to talk about goals a lot, but unfortunately, I don't have the time. Let students have goals in your classroom, right? And then you want the students to check. You want to teach students how to be accountable to themselves and how to check if they're actually crushing their goals in your classroom. And yeah, so this went really fast, and you're going to get the slide deck to go through it. And also you'll get my contact. So if you ever have any questions or you want me to speak more on any of these tips I shared, I'll be readily available. And again, happy World Teachers Day. You rock. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mark, for that insightful session. One of the things I'm going to take away is let students have goals. I have never seen it that way. I had never seen it that way. I mean, teachers just usually come to class, teach what they have to go, teach what they have to teach, and then go. But having students set goals for the class, sort of incorporates them into the class, and then they can measure themselves to say, okay, I have a goal of this in this class, and then I'm working towards this goal, or I need help in a certain way. And it's just really brilliant. Thank you so much, Ma. I just want to also iterate that we are going to be having breakout sessions really soon. And I know that the time allocated is so short and nothing can literally be done in that time. That's why we're having the teachers training, teach the trainers boot camp that is coming up very soon. And I'm sure that when Dr. Kachi comes up, she's going to speak about that. Can we all just say thank you, Dr. Somachi, in the chat? I can see a lot of thank yous rolling in. That was such an insightful session. And one other thing you said that stuck with me is that education has gone beyond just the teacher is teaching and the students are learning. It's a learning classroom for both the teachers and the students. Thank you so much, man. That was such a rich and insightful session. If you have questions, if you have questions for Dr. Somachi, the link will be dropped in the chat. And during our collective question and answer session, your questions will be attended to. So I'm just going to enjoin a member of staff or a team member to drop the link to the chat box in the comment section. Thank you so much. We're going to be breaking out into our different breakout rooms where we're going to be learning about different things. I just want to confirm if that is a goal for the breakout session now, and we can start joining our different breakout rooms.
No, you don't, not yet. Can we have Andy, Ma Andy, speak to us? Eddie, rather, speak to us so that the breakout sessions can just happen at the same time. Okay.
Okay, that works. Can we have the bio of Andy Henry up stage now? Thank you. Whilst we're waiting for the bio, while we're waiting for the bio and Mrs. Andy's session, oh, I see that the bio is starting right about now. I was going to ask that we drop our highest learning points and light bulb moments, but we can do that after this session. Thank you so much. So we can play the bio now.
Andy Henry is a dedicated early years educator with a profound commitment to fostering optimal learning environments for children. With a diploma in the Montessori method of education, Andy brings over a decade of experience in shaping young minds and empowering both educators and parents. Furthermore, Andy is a highly skilled special needs educator specializing in working with children with autism and related issues. Trained in applied behavior analysis, she possesses a deep understanding of individualized strategies tailored to each child's unique needs. Andy Henry is not merely an educator, she's a compassionate advocate, a knowledgeable mentor, and a beacon of support for both children and their caregivers in the early realm of childhood education. With a resounding applause and a digital ovation, please make welcome Andy Henry to the TTT Summit 2024.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon, Ma.
Thank you so much for having me. It's a pleasure, and I'm overwhelmed because I've been in here listening to wonderful educators. I really appreciate, I've learned a lot from every one of us here. Well, I know I have a limited time, so I will be talking about the what we have on ground today. I want to say a big thank you to Dr. Kachi for giving me this privilege. It's a rare one indeed, and I'm happy to be here to share with fellow teachers and colleagues. And can you share my slide, please? Let me see if I can also do it here, because I'm also doing the work of a co-host at meeting people. Let me see if I can share my slide from here. Okay, no. Can you share my slide, please? Let's go from there. Okay, I think I can do it from here. All right. All right, can you see my slide? Hello?
Yes, Ma, we're not seeing your
Hello?
slides yet. I can hear you, Ma.
It's not up yet.
No, it's not up yet.
Oh, after the sharing. Okay, can you share from your side?
All right, Ma,
Maybe
so
it's
give us a
delayed
minute.
this way. All right. It's not coming up yet.
Can you see it now?
Yes, the slides are up.
All right. Thank you. It's up. All right. I'm doing 2 jobs. I'm admitting people. Okay. Thank you. So this is me in a nutshell. I'm a behavior analyst. I'm an early years educator, like you heard in my bio. I'm a school administrator. I'm a special need educator, and I'm a Montessori directress. I wear all these caps in one head. Just can you go to the next slide, please? All right. Go back, please. Just back a little. I want to talk on the theme. The theme, yes. The 2024 theme for Teachers' Day is valuing teachers' voices towards a new social contract for education. When I got this and I was like, okay, the Teachers Summit is talking about teachers' dignity, and 2024 theme for Teachers' Day is valuing teachers' voices towards a new social contract for educators. So I was like, okay, I'm going to marry this together and see how we are going to come up with something beautiful. The next slide, please. All right. So the norm, when we look at the first one here, recognizing teachers as professionals. Teachers are the backbone of society, shaping future generations. They must be treated as skilled professionals with proper respect for their expertise and I'm sorry, I'm doing 2 jobs at once, and their voice in educational policy and decision making must be prioritized. This is supposed to be for teachers, but unfortunately, when it comes to policy making, curriculum development, and so on and so forth, most times teachers are not involved. Teachers are not asked on different experiences in the classroom so they can incorporate it into the curriculum development of our nation. I'm speaking from the perspective of a Nigerian and from the perspective of a school administrator, and I'm still a classroom teacher. As at last, it's just that we have public holiday in Rivers State because of the election. But on Tuesday, I was in the classroom. Last week, I was in the classroom. So I'm speaking from the perspective of a teacher in the classroom and also a school administrator. So I've come to see that when it comes to policy making in education, teachers are not included, teachers are not involved. They come up with some policies and curriculum and dump it on us and ask us to perform the magic since we are magicians. But then the regular thing here is that teachers are the backbone of society and our voices are supposed to be heard. And how do we go about it? How do we go about this? It is that we need to make our voices heard by acting as the professionals that we are. Please, the next slide. I have limited time, so I'm going to, all right. Now, the second point here is equitable compensation and working conditions. This is also something that teachers need in the workspace. Ensuring teachers receive fair salaries, benefits, and manageable workloads is essential for our dignity. Now, we notice, especially in the private schools in Nigeria, teachers are highly, highly underpaid. Like when one of the presenters, I think Dr. Joy, she brought a slide on what teachers earn globally, and we see that Nigerian teachers even do not earn up to $500 per week. That's our faith. But then how do we raise the bar? We need to ensure that we get good benefits, manageable workloads, because teachers are highly overworked. And on this aspect, I'm speaking to school owners and administrators here to help make work easy. For me, as a school administrator, I'm trying to see how I can help people working with me to make it easy in this aspect. Please, can I get the next slide? My time is ticking. The next slide, please. All right. Providing continuous professional development. For me, as a teacher, continuous professional development has taken me to a very far place in my career as a teacher. I am a graduate from the Department of Education, but I've moved very far in my career because of professional development, continuous professional development. The government sometimes may do it for us, but not to the level that we need to come up to becoming the professionals that we need to be. So we need to take the bulls by the horns and pay for some professional development that will move us from one step to the other. I have done it myself. I did it for myself, and I encourage teachers in our system to always go for professional development in order for them to earn more. Like I always tell teachers, you only earn more if you are worth more. If you're not worth more, there is the tendency that you will be underpaid and overworked. The next slide. All right, this is about the last slide. Because of my time, I had to make it very brief. Mental health and well-being support. Teachers often endure significant stress, facing emotional burnout from managing classroom behavior, student needs, and external pressures. Schools must prioritize mental health resources, offer wellness programs, and promote a work-life balance to help teachers thrive rather than just survive. I want to share an experience here. As a teacher, I developed anxiety disorder because of overwork and stress coming from parents trying to go overboard, doing more for children in my care, making sure that nothing happens to them, and trying to be the best I can. And at this point, I forgot myself. And after a while, I developed this, I'm always anxious, serious heartbeat and all that. Then I sought help, and I was told that I'm having anxiety disorder. And this is as a result of what happened by me burying myself in work, not giving myself the time I needed to distress, and also because I'm always bombarded to do the best I can. So when it comes to well-being support, I'm always supporting teachers. I'm always talking to teachers, find a way to distress. I liked what Dr. Kachi did when she came in. She, asked for music and said she uses music to distress. So teachers, is not always work. We also need time to distress. Find what it is that can help us to distress. School owners, school administrators here, please give your teachers time. There is time for break. When it is time for them to go home, please let them go home. Make the work easy for everybody so that when they go home, they will not be thinking of, their hearts will not be so much on the job. Let them relax at home. And there's also something I've done with my team. We've removed holiday lesson. Like the whole of this August, every teacher was at home resting. We used August to rest and then go for professional development, because you cannot have a teacher teach from January to December, because this work is very, very tasking. So we use August to rest, go home, distress, and then towards the end of August, we come back for professional development. Then when we resume in September, all the teachers are at their best. So this is the bit I can say, because my time is up, and I've also been sent a message to wrap it up. Thank you so much for having me, TTT. Thank you, Dr. Kachi. If you have any question, please, I have just about 1 minute. You can drop it and let's trash it before my time is up. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Ma, for the insightful presentation. While we're waiting for questions, if any, one thing I know that I learned was that teachers should take their mental and physical health very seriously. You do not want to break down, you do not want to burn out, you don't want to be admitted in a hospital just because you're doing your your job and your task. Thank you so much, Ma. Such an insightful
You're
presentation.
welcome.
Please, can we all
Thank
continue to
you.
echo thank you, and let our thank yous keep rolling in for Na
Thank
and the
you.
Perry. Thank you so much, ma'am.
All right. Thank you so much. Bye.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
I'll have to.
Okay, whilst we're waiting for the next speaker's bio, our next speaker would be Dumibi Ehise Geto. Apologies for the mispronunciation of your name, Dumibi Ehise Geto. While we're waiting for her bio to be played and read, I'd just like us to keep dropping our light bulb moments and anything we have learned, because I'm sure we have learned quite a lot. In fact, my notes my notes are pretty full. I don't know if anybody can see my notes, but my notes are pretty full, and I have taken quite a lot of lessons learned today. So I would just like everyone to please drop in their light bulb moments in the chat while we're waiting for Dumibi here he gets us profile to be read. Thank you. Yes, we can
Dumebi
go
is a
ahead.
school media specialist, a certified virtual instructor and Montessori guide, EYFS expert, Google educator, and serial author. She designed and produced Teacher's Journal, Reflections on My Teaching and Learning. She blogs on dumebi.com and convenes Jog Summit, an annual event that empowers adolescent girls and contributes to their individual development, families, and societies. Dumebi is the director of Hadassah Hall, an early years Montessori school. She's a speech and language therapist with extensive experience working with children and schools. With a resounding applause and a digital ovation, please make welcome Dumebi Eza Ehigeto to the TTT Summit 2024.
Hi, good afternoon. Happy Teachers' Day.
Good afternoon, Ma. You're welcome. We're having a bit of difficulty hearing you, Ma.
Can you hear me? Hi, good afternoon, everyone. My name is
We can
Dumebi.
hear and see you now.
Yeah, my name is Dumebi Ehigiato. Hi, Taiwo. Thank you. You pronounced the name well. Dumebi Eza Ehigiato. So welcome. Happy Teachers' Day to everyone. Happy Teachers' Day. May God bless the work that we do. I want to send my regards, first of all, to Dr. Kachi. Thank you for the privilege of being here this afternoon. And many thanks to everyone who have spoken.
While we wait to get Dumebi back, Taiwo, is it possible to have some music playing just for 1 minute because we've actually been sitting for really long. Yeah.
Yes, music coming right up.
And if that's not coming up, one thing that we could do is to review the teachers challenge. So we had some nice essays come in. Some people kept to the word length. So we had don't exceed 500 words, no ChatGPT content. The rules were quite strict. We had a jury review it as well. And can you turn down the music, please? Can you turn down the music? ETT team. Yeah, thank you. So yeah, so we had a jury review that. Is the maybe back on? Is she back online? Is the maybe back on?
No, she's not back on yet.
Okay, okay. So we had a jury review it, and then we've come to the results. So Dr. Joy will be presenting the gifts to the people who have, who we actually thought met the requirements of the challenge. But we're going to share two deeply moving essays, very deeply moving essays that we want to really spotlight some of these problems when it comes to teaching and what is happening back in Africa. And I hope that stirs the hearts of stakeholders, key stakeholders, stirs the heart of governments, stirs the heart of people who even live abroad to think about investing or coming to actually solve some of these problems. Like we've been saying from the beginning, and I think one of the things that has really come across is that this educational problem is not a one-man problem. It is a collective effort that we have to put together. So we're going to share those two deeply moving essays. Another person or another school we'll want to spotlight is Dolly School. Now, this is someone, a human being like you and myself, running a free school for children in disadvantaged areas, running a free school, paying staff, hoping and believing against hope to see to it that people in disadvantaged areas go to school. When you think about this kind of work, this person in herself is a government, because this is the responsibility of a government. So I want us to think through this, especially if you're a school owner, if you're someone really passionate about education, if you're in the media and you're here as well. These are some of the things to take back, because we need action and we need to see a change. So if Dumebi is back on, I would like us to spotlight her and the session will go on. Okay. Is she back on?
I see her in the participants, but I'm trying to spot her.
Hi, can you hear me now?
Yes, we
Yes,
can.
we can hear
Okay,
you
I'm so
loud and
sorry. You
clear.
see, I don't know why. It's like they don't want me to talk today, because everybody's own has been clear. I've been here since morning and nothing happened. All of a sudden, one of my systems is down. So I'm trying to transfer my slide to the next device,
Okay.
But thank you. Like I was saying, thank you so much, Kachi. I have enjoyed myself. Thank you for hosting this. I truly appreciate it. Thanks to all the speakers, to ND, to Dr. Joy, Dr. Somachi, Abby, and ND. It has been an honor, truly an honor. So I'm supposed to be talking about autism in mainstream classrooms. But like I told Dr. Kachi, autism is very broad. It's a very, very broad topic, and I've been given 15 minutes. But I think I'll just take the important parts first, because you have autism. Let me share my video. Okay, so you have autism and speech therapy. That's autism and communication. You have autism and nutrition. You have autism and sports. You have autism and leisure. So it's very, very broad. But I'm going to just focus on the connection part of autism, because basically when you're talking about speech or autism, you would have to have a connection. For any child you're going to teach in the classroom, there must always be a connection, more still for children who are very, very autistic. So I'm going to share my slide, and then I'll just move straight to the last pages. So please bear with me. I know that Dr. Kachi has more sessions lined up over the next few weeks, next few months. You know, it's ongoing, train the trainer. I'm still waiting for my slide to move in. So please be patient with me. It will get in the next 30 seconds. But I am an accidental teacher. I didn't fall into teaching because I wanted to teach. I started teaching because I studied library and information science, and then I had to go for service, and I worked in a school. And ever since then, I have been teaching, and I run my school, Hadassah Hall. Now, right, so I'll be talking about what we do. I'm also happy to see that my head teacher is here. I'm happy to see that she's here because she would see that everything that we talk about, everything we do in Hadassah Hall has been highlighted by every speaker today. So Miss EC, you can see that you're doing an amazing job, a truly amazing job. For Abby, thank you so much. We are currently working with a dyslexic child, you know, and part of the things that you have stated as something that we're also currently doing with that precious, precious girl. So thank you so much. I have learned a lot. So now it's my time to do my presentation. I think that's gotten in now. So I'm going to share my slide. Continue. Sorry, see me now. Huh? I'm using my phone because my tablet is down. Okay, hold on, please. Yes. Just bear with me. Okay. I'm so sorry about this. It was very, very unexpected. Yes, we are here. Okay. Continue. All right. So I'm supposed to be talking about innovative strategies for supporting children with autism in mainstream classroom. Yeah, but let me now move forward to, I'm going to move my screen down to the last. You can see it's a whole lot. We even had practical questions and case studies and scenarios and all of that, but I'm going to skip that. Okay, and then I'll get to the last part because I have maybe about 10 minutes left. That's if it's up to. Okay, you can see it's a whole lot. A whole lot. Dr. Kachi, they'll hold you responsible. Oh, please, I was ready, but my time. Okay, so now I'll talk about this briefly, A, B, and C when it comes to autism. Because like I said, you have to have a connection. Special thanks and shout out to my mom. She's present for this program. And Dr. Kachi said you're very beautiful, by the way. So now we'll start with access. Okay, when you're working with autistic children, these are the 3 pointers that we follow. We assess, that's A for assess, B for bond, and C for challenge. So at the access point, you're going to now determine if you're at the red light or the green light. And I'm going to explain red light, green light to you. So red light, what is red light? You all know, that's you're taking the traffic light scenario. So the red light means no-go area. So at this point of red light, the autistic child is out of his elements. Okay, his or her brain has shut down to recalibrate. All right, so anything you're going to say at the red light area is not going to work. So at the point of the red light, the child is not giving you eye contact, he's not talking to you, no body language, he's totally ignoring you, and probably is doing something repetitiously. So he can just have a pen. Do I have a pen? Yes, you have a pen and he's just hitting it on his head, or he has a pen and he's hitting it on his book. He has shut you out. So that's the red light period. At this time, you're not supposed to be teaching because nothing is happening. His brain has shut down to recalibrate, like to rest. He's now at his own comfort zone and doesn't want to be disturbed. Okay, so that is the red light. That means that the opposite of the red light is the green light, which means you move. So at the green light, okay, I'll get to the green light. The green light now comes after B, but red light, that's why the A is in red. The red light zone is don't teach me. I am not ready to be taught. I would have loved to explain how the mind of an autistic child works, but that is a very, very long session on its own because every child is different, more so for autistic children. Okay, now after you have the access, you now move to bond. At this bond stage, this is when you connect with your child. You connect with your child. We call it ISM. ISM, ISM. Let me write that out for you. ISM. Okay. ISM, like an ism, autism, right? So this one is called ism. So at this ism stage, this is when you do the joining. So an ism is something that an autistic child is always doing, is always repeatedly doing. Some autistic children tap their heads, some they sit cross-legged and stare, some they play with wires, like charging cables. Yeah. So at the ism stage, you're supposed to bond with the child. Why do you bond with the child? You connect with the child to get to the green area, okay? To get to the green light, So you're leaving the red light. The child is at the red light and he's now in the ism period where he's in his mind, he's doing what he loves doing. So for an autistic child, children see things differently. They like routine. They like something that is familiar. And for them, human beings change. I mean, one is today you're wearing red, tomorrow you have purple hair, So they like to have something around them that speaks of stability. For instance, this charging cord over here is black, right? I hope you can see my charging cord. This charging cord is black. Now, in its black state, the autistic child is coming tomorrow, it's black. It's the same length. It doesn't have wheels. It's not talking. It's not crying. It's not laughing. It's not angry. So this is his stable point. This is what helps him to find his center. All right. So every autistic child has an ism. Now, the key with this ism is the joining stage. So for every child that has an ism, you connect by joining in. So for instance, you have a child whose ism is this chord, for instance, and he always does something like this. I hope you can see me. He's always doing the chord this way and centralizing himself and just
Oh, your camera is off. Sorry, maybe.
You can see me. Oh, sorry. I'm so sorry. Let's put that back. Okay. It's not allowing me to come on. No, it's not showing the light. Sorry. Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Can you see me now? Please confirm.
Yes.
Very good. You can see my cord. You can see this charging cord, right? So for an autistic child, the ism with this cord might be something like this. And he has shut you out and he's doing his own thing. At this point, you join. That's why it's called joining. You join to connect. Because before you communicate with a child, before you teach the child your language, you have to learn his language. So you're told that you sit with the child, maybe about 3 feet apart, not too close, because some of them are very sensitive and they don't want you to touch them. So he sits at a distance where he can see you with your own cord, and then you also have your own ism time. Chances are he might totally ignore the 7 hours, can go as long as 7 hours. So you can have it done 1 hour and the child is just what is she's doing the same thing in his mind. She's like, oh, she's doing the same thing I'm doing, and sometimes doing isms, you see the child now smile at you or come a bit closer. You see them moving close to you, trying to give eye contact, because on a normal day, autistic children avoid eye contact, so they want to come close to you because they are seeing you do something they haven't seen anybody do. They are seeing you actually, unconsciously tell them that I see you, I recognize you, I understand you, I know what you're doing. All right. So at that point, you have entered into the green light. You see that green light period? You make use of it, because for some children, once you start easing with them, you can have the green light period for 5 minutes or for 10 minutes. But as you continue to connect with them, it could increase to about 5 hours, some 6 hours. Like we have literally experienced it. You have a child who for 7 hours, we were easing with the child. 7 hours for like 6 days, 7 hours straight. Now, so you can see that special needs is not being, and I tell school owners, if you can't work with autistic children, or you can't train a staff with an autistic child, it's unfair to keep them in your setting, because actually some people are doing amazing jobs with autistic children. So you see that child's autism, so for this particular child I'm talking about, his red lights reduced from 7 hours to about 6 hours. So his easing time is now 1 hour. Why? Because we are able to connect with that child. And this stemmed a love for autistic education when I did this internship so many years ago. Like, this was real, this was solid. Okay. And it plays out. Every child that you come in contact with, you have to have a connection. So in this period of easing and joining, if for instance you have to teach your child colors and shapes, make sure that everything about colors is hiding away somewhere. When he gives you that first smile, just bring out everything colors, because he's now in the green light, and start teaching and teaching and teaching and teaching. And he might not respond, but because he's in his green light era, okay, he has left that state of recalibration. His mind is now open. And for autistic children, green light means growth. So at that point in time, anything you teach them at their level, for their development stage, enters. They might not say it then, they might not repeat after you, because also part of what you notice in autistic children is that they have language and communication defects, or should I say deficiency, disability. They don't want to talk, they don't want to socialize. But honestly, if you can utilize that green period, give it time, they would verbalize it to you, because it works for speech therapy. It works for nutrition, that's to feed an autistic child. It works for almost everything. So you assess, you bond, and then after the bonding, you now have the joining. That joining comes with what they see. They see means challenge the child. So it's at that point you bring out all your learning resources. Your child may not have verbal assessments done at that time, but he would love to do practical work. Like, can you give me color green? Or can I have color red? Can you do this? Can you show me this? Can you show me that? They'll do a lot of that. So you have to concentrate on making sure your questions are not even open-ended, so that they don't retreat back. No closed-ended questions that deserve a no, a yes or a no response. Okay, is this green? You can nod. If you don't want to talk to me, you can nod, or you can say yes or no. The child might say yes if he's at his green points. Then you have the other one. So you do the same for numbers, for anything you want to teach. That red light and green light is very, very important. So I'll recap. When going through the works of teaching an autistic child, you have to assess for a red or green light signal. Red, just like the traffic light, means don't come near me. I'm not ready to learn. And you don't force a child to do that. Don't force a child to learn, because it's going to react. Okay, so at that assessing, and there are signs you look out for when the child is in the red light. So many repetitive words. He's not looking at you, he's looking down, he's in his corner, he's not smiling at you, he's not responding to your touch. You leave the child. If he picks up his easing material, so I'm using this one because it's close to me. It can be anything. It could just be tapping the head. There are some children whose easings are jumping. You jump with the child. You love the child. You call yourself super teachers. So you're going to be like Superman, you're going to jump, 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 jump. Let him just see that this teacher feels me. This teacher can see me. All right. So it's at that point that so you have to also notice when he's coming out of the red light. Is that small smile, or that quick look in your direction? You look at you, quickly remove his eye. Look at you, quickly remove his eye. And then might try to come close. It might not be so much. Might try to come close, or he will look up. He's looking up because he's also trying to see if you're still around. He's used to looking down, but at that point, he's doing something different. You're getting to the green light zone. And then when he looks at you, count to 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So the longer I go, it gets to 10. But if you're just starting, 5 is enough. You now know that you've gotten to your green light period. At that green light, bring out all your materials. Bring it out, bring it out. The child is ready to learn. So green light means growth, okay? And that is what we apply for children who are autistic in mainstream classrooms. So like I said, and just like my mom will say, if you can't help an autistic child, please send the child, recommend that the children go to teachers or schools where they have experts to help. You can see that the work is not a small job. If you have to ease in with a child for 5 hours, it's not a small job. You cannot be pursuing other children and then you're leaving, so it's a lot of work. It's a lot. And that's why I appreciate special needs teachers a lot. It's a lot of work. If you want to have autistic children or special needs children in your center, make sure that you are well equipped, that you have the right staff. Some people tell me that every teacher can be an autistic teacher. And I tell them that not every doctor is a neurosurgeon. So you can't just bring out somebody and say, you must want to work with the autistic children that we have admitted in this school. Please, the passion should be there so that they will not finish the children for us. Okay? See, I'm counting down. Hey, they did not ring this bell for me. So that is how to work with autistic children in mainstream. That's just a summary. Okay, it's actually a long stretch, but I had to jump to get to this point. All right, so maybe when next Dr. Kachi wants us to have an extended version, then we'll go through the motions step by step so that you're very, very comfortable working with autistic children in your classroom. Thank you very much.
Wow, Dumebi.
7, 6, let me count down, please. 4, 3, 2, 1. I'm done. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dumebi. But just to reiterate, you're actually in the breakout room. So we want you to be able to go deeper with these teachers, practical strategies. I know you went through it very fast. And then we also have more trainings lined up in the coming months and weeks and all of that. So you'll still be seeing more of Dumebi. And this is what we're talking about when it comes to enrolling in TTT. So I hope this helps. So don't worry, you will share some of your slides for another 20 minutes at least. Okay, thank you so much. How did you find that? Taiwo, tell me, give it to me. How did you find it?
Honestly, I don't even have the words right now. It was refreshing, it was informative, it was enlightening, it was educating. I mean, just learning about easing alone I mean, you have to give kudos first off to Madam Jumibi. I give you big kudos for the work that you do and all special needs teachers all around the world. Imagine having to sit with a child for 6 hours doing their isms with them, and you're just getting a green light of how many minutes to teach the child. So now when I see an autistic child, I know, okay, if the child is on green light, if the child is on red light, and it just shows that you have to be really sensitive to these children to know, for example, a child who always looks down, once he looks up at you and you count to 10 or 5, as the case may be, you know that that is your opportunity. That's your green light to go ahead and teach the child what you want them to know. I mean, it is really insightful. I saw a comment that said, I have been jotting things down since morning.
I
In
think the
fact,
one
my
that hit me the most was when she said, every doctor cannot be a neurosurgeon.
neurosurgeon, yes,
That means that you're sent to particular students. And I think this is
absolutely.
also an opportunity for people to rethink, am I actually teaching the right set of students? Because if you're not teaching the right set of students, you'll be frustrated. And this is where dignity is also eroded in the process. Maybe that was amazing. Thank you
Thank you,
so much.
Dr. Kachi. Thank you, everyone. Thank you.
We're going to dance for 1 minute just because Dr. Suma said that. That's what the doctor prescribed. We'll dance for 1 minute and then we would go into the panel session before the breakout rooms. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. So,
TT,
can we have music now whilst we prepare for our panel session? Our panel speakers we have such an amazing lineup of panel speakers. You don't want to miss it. And like Dr. Kachi said, we're going to be having a further extensive trainings with the TTT. So you want to look out for those invites. You want to look out for that email. right, thank you so much. Now we would be moving very quickly into our panel discussion. And the topic of our panel discussion is implementing innovative approaches in African classrooms. While we wait for the profile, while we wait for the bio of the panel speakers to be played, we would we will just be encouraging you to drop your light bulb moments in the comment section. What has stood out for you today? What session has stood out for you? What are you taking home? What are you implementing in your classrooms and your administrative work going forward? Thank you. Can we have the panel bios now? Thank you.
It is now time for our panel session, an engaging discussion on implementing innovative approaches in African classrooms. With a resounding applause and a digital ovation, please make welcome our panelists to the digital stage. Ugu Chidimarita, a cognitive trainer and advocate for overcoming learning disabilities. Queen Elana, founder, Benin Teachers Network, championing teacher empowerment. Peace Eze, expert in inclusive and equitable education. And last but not least, Sandra Oluwadare, a specialist in family dynamics and child development.
We're also going to be having the delectable Ima Sochuku, who is program manager at TTT, moderates the session. So Ima, over to you. Thank you so much. Ima, I think you're muted if you're trying to speak.
Thank you very, very much. In fact, I am excited. Today has been a wonderful day. It has been packed full. I'm sure some of you are already constipated with so many informations. We have a wonderful panel, as you have heard, and we'll just like to discuss. I want it to be a discussion forum. So please, you can write your questions in the chat box. So we'd like to know from our four panelists, how can we actually implement this innovative approach in the African classroom? So many speakers have spoken and they've touched on little things that a teacher can do to be able to actively drive down lessons to their students. So please, would like to hear from our first panelist, Chidi Marita. Please, could you just tell us briefly, from your own perspective, how can we drive home these innovative approaches in our classroom? Thank you. Chidima. Please, she's on mute. Thank you.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Can everyone hear me now? All right, good afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon, everybody.
Good afternoon.
Before I start, I want to thank the organizers of this meeting and thank you for giving me the privilege to be here. Okay, so I'll say the first step I would want to talk about is professional development. Professional development. One thing is for us to hear, and then the other thing is for us to act. So once you hear all of these things, how you can make use of the technologies and everything, I think the first thing we need to do now, professional development. Every school, if you have a school or if you're a teacher, I think that's the first step. Just go look out for other people who are higher than you in that area. and you learn from them. Learn, know, attend webinars, attend seminars, things that can actually help you, that can actually help grow your mind on it, and then you implement it in the classroom. And then you also get feedbacks, get yourself involved in assessment strategies as well. And you just call people who are higher like you, who are higher than you, like I said, that would also help you look at what you're doing to know if it is actually working, whatever approach you're taking, whatever approach you've decided to take after you've gone for the professional development, if it's working in your classroom. I think that's the first answer I'll give.
Okay. Sandra, do you have anything to add to that? And I would like us to be as practicable as possible. So how do we, yeah, we can hear you. Hello? Sandra? Okay.
Can you hear me?
Okay. Sandra, please, over to you.
Okay.
Yes, we can.
All right. Thank you so much. Good afternoon, everyone. And thank you so much for this very beautiful initiative. This summit has been very impactful right from the start. Thank you and kudos to Dr. Kachi and the entire team. So from my perspective as a family life practitioner, if we want to really see this innovation come to play in the classroom and go on to have an impact in the lives of the children or the students, we need to leverage on family support. We need to carry the family along. We need to really integrate family dynamics into whatever it is we do at school. And that's why I love to encourage school owners to work with family life experts, because your success can be limited if you are not intentionally working with the major handlers of the children. So we have the parents, we also have the teachers and other people that make up your parenting village. As much as we want to, experience all of this innovation and all of that, we need to ensure that the parents and the teachers or the school are on the same page. Because if the children are truly going to succeed in the academics, if they're going to, enjoy their learning experience, learning has to move beyond the classroom. So we need to bring the parents on board. No matter how much innovation takes place in school, it is still going to be limited if the parents are not actively involved in their children's activities in school. And this can be adapted to your own reality. Being a part of what goes on in your child's school or in their lives academically doesn't mean you have to, be with them at every waking moment of the day that they are in school. Or, just ensuring that you are on the same page with the teachers, with the school, and ensuring that you're not left behind. So I have talked about family dynamics. We also want to look at emotional intelligence. So aside teaching children all of those beautiful things, how self-aware are they? Do they know who they really are? What are some of the values that they are bringing back to school? And how are they able to translate these values into what they're doing? Because somehow these things are intertwined. They have a role to play in how the child is able to manifest as, a good student or a great student. So from my perspective, if we really want to experience the fruits or the results of the effort we're going to be putting in the children's learning to ensure that they have, an innovative learning experience, we need to go back to the drawing board to say, okay, how can we carry the parents of these children along? Because there's going to be so much burden on the educators, the teachers, the school, if they're the only ones doing what has to be done. Some of the things that have to be done at home, how the children are even sent to school from home matters a lot. I mean, your work as a teacher is going to increase if children are coming to school, they're already feeling depressed, their emotions are all over the place. You're even speaking to some of them, they're in la la land, they're dreaming, daydreaming. You know, some of them, so many things are going on in their minds, so much weight, so much emotional burden on their tiny shoulders because they are trying to make sense of what is going on at home. So as much as we love the innovation and all of that, if we truly want to see the impact, we must remember to carry the parents along. Or even if we are carrying them along, we need to ensure that they are really following us because, you know, leadership is not just about, you know, telling us what to do. We also want a situation where we are moving in the same direction. We're not just talking, we're walking that talk. So even if we're already engaging the parents, we need to now maybe have a feedback system or find a way to ensure that the parents are really following us and, you know, helping us ensure that we are able to wonderfully contribute our own quota to ensure that these children are truly learning, you know, using all of these innovative solutions. I'll stop there for now.
Internet, being conscious of the various types of learners. So, Peace, could you just throw more light on how you can bring it down to the African setting? You know, like one of our speakers spoke, said education has moved or teaching has moved from the teacher being the sole administrator, giving out his law, down these innovative approaches down to the African classroom. How can we do that effectively? Peace, over to you, please. Peace, can you hear me?
Yes. Oh, yes, I can hear you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you for the question, Ima. And thank you so much to Dr. Kachi for this opportunity. All right, so I just want to be sure that it's not so noisy from my end. Is it clear enough? Okay. All right. Thank you so much. All right. So for your question, to begin to integrate those innovative approaches in the classroom, for me, I would say that it always starts with the mindset because our setting already as Africans, as you know, sort of giving us this limitation in quotes because unconsciously we usually just tend to believe that we are backward in terms of development in terms of technology, right? So we have to first of all start from making these teachers understand that this is something that is doable. We have to help them recalibrate. We have to just inculcate that you know mindset of we can get there because you see some schools and you see some teachers, we are so overwhelmed with too many information. Every day there is something about AI, every day there is something about a new tech tool that every teacher should be very conversant with. There's just one new information flying in and day out. So I would start first of all with the teachers need to just build that mindset. We need to, as administrators in this African setting, we just need to bring our teachers up to speed, making them realize that these things that we see and these things that we keep preaching daily are actually very possible and they need to have that possibility mindset, seeing that they can do this regardless of the kind of classroom that they think they have. You know, I was training some teachers in a school one time, and they started complaining about the fact that they don't even have interactive screens. They don't have access to they don't have internet for the teachers and all of. I'm like, you just have to start from where you are. Do you have a smartphone, right? If you have a smartphone, just leverage that. Start from where you are. So I think, and for the African setting, we just need to understand that regardless of where we think we are, there's just something that is possible with what is available to us. Another thing that we really want to do to begin to integrate some of these innovative approaches to our teaching and to educational landscape is that we need to make use of what we have. So while you have some technology saying do this and all that, if that is not what you have, if you can get a cardboard and you can replicate something that you've seen online, with just the physical things that you have in your classroom. I've seen teachers who are very, very, innovative in terms of just making use of what they have. You have colors, you have cardboard, you have cartons, whatever you think you have in your classroom, just make use of that. So start from where you are. All right, start from where you are. That's what I would say to teachers who may just want to begin to look at how to, be innovative in their classroom. Start from where you are. Use what you have. Don't become overwhelmed because you want to integrate all the whole tech tools at the same time in the classroom. You can even make your class too wearisome for your learners. They feel like you're overbearing them with too many things at the same time. You are like, you want to do this, you want to do that, and the children are, let's start from somewhere, let's do one at a time. So every class you're coming in with something new. As much as that is you being creative and it's making your classroom exciting, be careful that you are not stressing these children out, so that they know what they're doing and they work with what they have at the time. All right, thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Ma. I hear start with what you have, and it couldn't be overemphasized because when we talk about innovation in the African landscape, people just want to, oh my God, I want to use a robot, or I want to use a bot to build something, and especially with robotics and all that. I want to use a robot. I'm seeing what they are doing in America, and I need to bring it to Nigeria ASAP. But we don't have those resources. And if we're being truthful, most of these resources are not available in Nigeria. So I hear you very clearly about if it's a cardboard that you have, start with it. If it is a like necessity in Nigerian palace is literally the mother of invention. If it is a cardboard that you have, we have different colors of cardboard. There's pink, there's blue, there's yellow, there's white, there's green. If you have to do something, start from where you have. You have a smartphone, download Pinterest, look through Pinterest to see innovative teaching methods. They are always, and the great thing, I think one of the speakers had said it, the great thing is that there's always someone who has done what you have done. And there's always somebody who in a more remote area than you are, who is doing more amazing things than what you are currently doing. So starting with where you are and what you have is really, really important, even in innovation and adapting to technology. Thank you so much. Machinima, would you like to um, speak further on this to say, okay, how do we furthermore improve on where we are at, even with regards to technology? Would you like to say something about that? Thank you.
Was for me, right? Okay,
I
I
can
guess
hear
that
you
was
now.
me.
Thank you.
Okay. Okay, so um to add to what every other person has said, right? Like I said, we have to bring it to the African classroom. There are other technological tools that can help our children, especially with diverse needs, because I want to go into the area of diverse needs, right? So when we talk about diverse children, we talk about children or neurodiverse children, we talk about people whose brain are tailored to learn in a different way. We have them like children with dyslexia, with dysgraphia, with dyscalculia. I'm actually dyslexic. I'm actually dyslexic. So yes, I'm actually dyslexic. So if you're explaining something for me, you have to really go deeper. You have to really explain it in a broad way for me to be able to understand it. So first of all, in your classroom, when you bring all these innovations, you want to make it experiential for the child. You want to make it so beautiful that when the child goes back home, the child does not forget. The child wants to come back. In fact, in schools today, like some schools that I know in Lagos, they have virtual experiences. They have virtual experiences whereby children get to wear this, virtual stuff like Google stuff, and then they travel around the world. Yes, they travel around the world, without being there. And then when they pull this off, it's as though they've actually been there. So we have things like technology integration, like CPEN. There's what we call CPEN for children with dyslexia, for those ones who cannot read. So it's more like it reads out the text for you. You can hear it. You can hear it. We also have pens that can also move from text to speech, speech to text. So these ones, all these are innovations. All these are innovations, and these are very, very, apt for children with learning disabilities, because I call them accommodations. I call them accommodations because you need to make this learning experiential for them. You just need to make it very, very beautiful that they don't forget about it. Like I said, the end goal of all these innovations, bringing it into the classroom, is to make these children accepted in the classroom so that they can have the same learning experience that every other normal children are having. Then another thing too, I want to talk about the IEP. Like I said, we're talking about the diverse needs. I want to talk about the IEP. And the IEP is more like an individualized educational plan. It's a legal document that states out the needs of the children. And so in that IEP, right, every teacher should list out what that child needs. It's not all about your teaching method. It's about the child's learning needs. So if there are any innovations that will be so beautiful for that child, you put it in. Not like normal teachers who make use of the standardized testing. So you can put all those innovations inside there, and then at the end of the day, you find that you run with what you have on your document so that it's actually beautiful for both you, the parents, and then the school. I hope I've been able to answer your question.
Yes, you have, and you did that so beautifully. I mean, I've said it a number of times, and I think I'm going to sound like a broken record at this point, that this is such, and I mean, I'm even short of words on what to say, but the learnings here are so good. The wisdom we're interacting with in this room is so stellar, is so profound. I'm hearing about IEP for the first time. I mean, tailoring your teaching plan for your students, it's a lot of work. And first of all, I have to give kudos to the teachers who are going to be doing this. It's a lot of work, but we know that, like Dr. Issa said, you may not be the millionaire today, but you are raising the next generation. And imagine in a couple of years when your students who you developed the IEP for has brought out a groundbreaking innovation and is saying, or maybe in the acceptance speech, something like that, saying, I want to give credit to my teacher who did XYZ despite having despite being dyslexic, autistic, and with any other neurodivergent condition, is giving you the credit. I mean, there are fewer things that will give you so much joy, so much fulfillment from there. Thank you so much, Ma'am Rita, for that.
Thank you.
Madam Sandra Olwadari, I want to ask you a question, and it's to asking that for families with children with these special needs, I know it takes a toll on them. For example, I have a colleague who has a child with a special need, and on some days he doesn't really come. He would probably ask to work from home or come in late because there's something that's happened with that child. So I just want to, as a family development expert that you are, I want you to give practical tips of how parents with children of special needs can navigate, because we're hearing this from the teachers. We're hearing to say, okay, you can do an individualized education plan, you can do this, you can do the evenings with the child, but that's at school. When and of course charity begins from home, so the child has to be properly taken care of at home before the teachers can even do the needful. So we just want to ask, how can parents of children with special needs navigate their circumstances?
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
All right, thank you for that question. It's a whole lot. I mean, parenting a child who doesn't have, those special needs is a lot. And now we're talking about one who, we need to pay extra attention to. But the first thing is, coming to terms with the fact that this is the child you have. Most times, parents put themselves in a position where they stress themselves too much. Now, what do I mean by this? I'm even talking about a child who doesn't have extra needs. We need to get to the point where we are parenting the children we have, not the children we wish we had. The first thing here is to accept the fact that this is the child I have. What am I going to do about this? This is something, at least for now, maybe the child is in a program, but for now, this is what you have to deal with. But, sadly, we find that sometimes these children are treated, for some families, they're treated in ways that seem like, the children put themselves in that position. But I want us to understand that every child is special. Even the children with special needs, they have their strengths. And so the first thing I would say is for parents to settle into their reality, to understand that I have to raise the child I have, not the one I am wishing I had. Now, that alone, that understanding switches your perspective, and it makes you understand that I need to be on the same team with my child. I need to do what I can to ensure that we're on the same page so that we can win together, because no true win really occurs when your child is on another team and you are on another team. So that acceptance is very important, settling into that reality, and then preparing yourself to understand that I need to help this child. So how do we navigate? This is the reality for now. Do I need to seek professional help? Because there are so many things that we try to so I'm trying to put this in the best way I can. There are certain things that we really need to embrace, right? But on the other hand, we leave them to spirituality, if I can say that, right? So if your child is manifesting certain tendencies, right, there's nothing wrong in seeking professional help. There's nothing wrong in opening the child up to receive, help from the people that can help the child while you are maybe praying or doing every other thing you want to do. But we must put you in the position where you truly know what you're dealing with so that you can prime yourself to truly help the child. And then after all of that, you also want to create a structure. Now, we say it takes a village to raise a child. Oh, yes, that was really in way back. But the world in which we grew up in does not exist anymore. Things have evolved, times have changed. People want to protect their children because of so many things that have come up, security issues and all of that. But we must still not relegate to the background the fact that it takes a village to raise a child. And that's where your structure needs to come in. Because if you are parenting with the go with the flow style, you will get burnt out. You want to put structure in play. Okay, who is my support system? Who are the people in my village? Do I trust their integrity? How can they truly help me? And then you begin to find ways that you can actually walk around your current reality, to say, okay, this is how I want to help my child. And then another reason why this is so important is because once you get to that position where you're experiencing burnout, it has a way of having a backlash on the child. And then the child most times becomes the receiver of all your emotions that are all over the place. And so
Absolutely.
we want to ensure that you have a plan to have a structured way of navigating, engage your support system, and do not fail to see the beauty in your child. Every child is unique in every sense of the word, no matter how they have come to you. And I say something, God doesn't make mistakes, neither is he a waster of resources. If he gave you that child, he knew you have the capability to raise that child. If something is going wrong, maybe you need to skill up, maybe you need to, just expose yourself to much more information. But we cannot say, oh God, why did you give me this child? So this is something that parents can begin to do to just put them in that position, right? To say, okay, now I have this child. What next? And once the child also begins to see that my parents see me for who I am, they understand that I may fall short in these areas, but they don't fail to highlight the areas where I'm winning. It does a whole lot of good to the child, because when I said something earlier, how these children are sent to school is very important, no matter how great the school is. If these children are not sent to school from home with the right mindset, if nobody believes in them, if they are treated as pushovers from home, they are not going to thrive. That's just the truth. Having worked with lots of children, different forms and from different cultures, this is something that has come up over and over again. Parents need to first love and appreciate the children they have, right? It is when they put themselves in that position that they can even be ready to say, okay, so let's bring out the best in
Thank
you.
you.
So I think
Thank
that's a
you.
good place to begin.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And your thoughts are really spot on. And I love it when you said, parent the child that you have, not the child that you wish to have. Starting from that place of love and acceptance is everything, literally, because you, like Dr. Issa said, failing physics because of a teacher, you don't have, you don't love what you cannot, for how do I put it? You cannot accept, you cannot pass a message. You cannot love a child that you do not accept, for the lack of a better word. You cannot love a child that you do not accept. Thank you so much. It has been so amazing. We've had doctors, I mean, we've had Chidima Rita, Madam Chidima Rita speak on professional development. We've had We've had you, Madam Sandra Oluwadare, speak on accepting children, loving them the way they are, and using your support system and your structures to raise your children. And we've also had Madam Peace say we should start from where we are with regards to innovation and adapting to technology. It's been an amazing time on this panel. I wish it can go on forever and ever because of the amazing wisdom and the light bulbs that are just turning out from this meeting. Well, everything that has a beginning will have an end, and we have now come to the end of this panel session. Please, can we continue to give them virtual rounds of applause even as we move on to the next agenda of the day? Thank you so much for your time. Thank you so much for the wisdom that you have doled out. It has been truly insightful, deeply enriching. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you so much.
Thank you
Thank
so
you
much
so much
again,
for having me.
Sandra and
Thank you,
Peace.
ma'am.
Thank you. So quickly,
Thank
we're
you.
just going to spotlight an essay that really, it pulled at our heartstrings when we reviewed the essay. And one of the things that came out, who is sharing from the team, please? Okay. One of the things that came out from this essay, we would share it. If you registered, you'll get this. One of the things that really came out is hunger is real. Many of these students are coming to school without eating. And there was a question that was asked, how do you expect these students to learn if they haven't eaten? That's a big one. How do you expect them to learn if they haven't eaten? And I hope that this begins to nudge people. We're not like, we can't live just for ourselves. We can't live just for ourselves. So there must be extra that we can spare, somehow for these people. It was over the word length, so she didn't win the essay, but this is a person that we want to get in touch with. We can't be talking about education if people haven't eaten. So can you go back up? Let's let everyone see the name of the person. Mata Ipo. I don't know if she's on this call. I don't know if she's here. But we would like her to reach out to us and we want to see what we can do for her as well. Okay? Not just for her, but this school. We're going to share this essay so that you see the difficulties people actually have going to school back home. There are significant difficulties. And if by just a little you have something to spare, we want to be able to give this out. Secondly, I want to highlight, I had mentioned before that we had an essay challenge. So we have some winners from it. The gifts that are going to come up, or the gifts that will be given to them, sorry, I was distracted by the chat. The gifts that will be given to these teachers have come from some of our sponsors. So we've had a few people sponsor us and we're very, very grateful. I'm just going to read out their names. Just to say thank you. Thank you to these people, these amazing people that, I put out a statement and said, please, we can't do this alone. It is a collective problem. And the next thing I just started saying, send your account details, send your account details. And we've sent account details and we've gotten this amount. So we just want to say thank you. Thank you to Lillian. Thank you to Lola Day from Oli Company. Thank you to Chidima from Bright Stars Tutors. Thank you to Rashidat. We're going to share all these people. Thank you. Thank you, Tommy Sin, as well. Tommy Sin, for sending something to these people. We really appreciate the work you're doing, working with the children, working in their circumstances as well, and we're very grateful. So I also want to thank Chidima Wigwe, for also sending something to these teachers. And each of the people that we have selected, we didn't select, we had an independent jury look at it so that we're not biased. Each person will be going home with 50,000. So we would read out the names of the winners. We have 750,000 for these 15 people working. I'm just going to read this out. Sorry, I'm just trying to get it. And Dr. Joy will be doing us the honors of presenting, speaking to them about it. So we have Martha J. Suleke. She was nominated as a past teacher and teaching in Obele Community Senior High School, Surulere. We also have Ajayi Shulamite Fisayo, teaching in Lagos State Senior Model School, Aja, and Mrs. Mofodnaya, Nigerian Navy Secondary School, Ojo. People nominated their past teachers. And so it's so important that we say thank you. Thank you to the people who have shaped you and you're now shaping others. And then we had parents who nominated children. Parents nominating their child or words teachers. So we had Osasowe Erabo, and she would even go with a double gift because she was the first to post her personalized flyer today. They say she's been supporting their family. She understands the program demonstration and she's in Benin City. So we're so grateful. I also know that the Benin City chapter of teachers, they have Queen Etana who represents them here as well. So that's kudos to you. We have Friday Mbam from Grace High School, Bagada, Lagos as well. And we have Akinyelu Maria Ayodele from Lee Valley School. We also have Andela Mewoli Patricia. Sorry if I'm pronouncing your names wrongly. And she's from Premium International School, Wuse Abuja. So we'll spotlight the names and we're also going to send emails out. If you came into any of these categories, then we'll be 50,000 is yours. Thanks to our sponsors. We're very, very grateful. It's not much, but it's just to say that we see you and we appreciate you. Then the essay challenge, we had Salome Olorunshogo, who was first position, Ruth Anyasi Chidema, Kelechi Loveling Chioma, Anne Princewell Nolubablo Rane, Willie Rimanscape, Bamido Patrick Amaya Apala, and Iberume Oriname Gladys. So we had 20 entries for the essays and we have 7 winners. We wanted to make it 10, but some people went overboard and some people didn't just make it. Okay, so we're going to, if you heard your name, we'll still send emails because we have your emails. We'll need to vet you. We just don't want to hand people out. I think it is important. I know it is important to remain accountable and to show how these monies are distributed, especially because people's monies are involved. So we're going to give this out. Now to the one that really blows my mind, Dolly School. I mentioned it earlier on, and I don't know if she's here, Madam Dolly Dolapo. Can someone spotlight her from Dolly School? We haven't gotten to the end of the program, so let's just a few minutes. Ade Dolapo Osuntui. Can someone? I'm trying to spotlight her. Can Ade Dolapo Osuntui? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Please, can we see you? I just want you in 2 minutes, to tell us what you're doing, the significant challenges that you're facing, and how the other day I spoke to you and I met you in a session and I was like, this woman is a government in herself. We cannot live for only ourselves. If someone is making it possible for children to go to school for free, providing uniforms, making sure that children have textbooks, children have school bags to go back to school, thinking beyond the now, thinking for herself and for other people, for me, that is legacy. And I just want you in 2 minutes to quickly tell us what you do and some of your pain points, because we really want to support you. Tell us how many students that you have and the work going on there. So I will give it to you.
Yeah, thank you so much, Dr. Kachi, and thank you for all the esteemed speakers that have spoken. For Dolly Star School is run by Dolly Children Foundation, and this is for the Dolly Children Foundation. This is our 18th year of running. A total of official and registered by the government, but 15 years properly registered by the government. And we are very particular about helping children in the underserved community have a chance at education. For everybody that cares to listen, they're always asking me, why are we doing what we're doing? We're doing this because it all started from my dad's story of how he didn't have access to school. And even though it's over more than 50 years now, we still have children in those kind of situation, not having access to school. We've seen children, even this current time alone, we've had children that we had to be mediator between their caregivers or moms, single moms, persuading them on the essence of why these children should go to school. So why we do that? I remember when I relocated back from the UK like 12 years ago. And before I went, I was always thinking that it was only dropouts in the highest rates of dropouts only lies in the secondary school sector. But shocking to my, belief, I was shocked to see children in the primary school session actually having to drop out of school due to not having enough school kids. Children drop out of school because of exercise book. They don't have, like, for first 2 weeks, you will not see them in school, not having the proper school kits. And that's why we're doing what we're doing now. Until date, we've been able to help over 25,000 children under Dolly Children Foundation. And while we've been doing that, we help them all through primary school, give them all the necessary educational needs. We don't stop at that. We also try to give them exposure, take them out on excursion, because like I've always been saying, a child's mind is like a rubber band. Is how far you stretch it that the child can envision the future that lies ahead of him or her. And 2 years ago, like 3 years ago, based on an advice from one of the government stakeholders, we started our own private school that is fully registered by the government as well. So we have children in private school going to school. We have children in public school where we pay levies for them. We also have children in our own school. And what these children does that we kit them up. We want them to feel fresh about themselves. We give them school bag. We take them out on excursion. And we have partnering organizations that bring them on board, so all those mentoring sessions actually stretch them to let them, have believe more in themselves that I am a blessed child. I have enough what it takes to be that blessed child. So we have that opportunity. We do school republishing at least once in a year, whether through toilets, whether through doing fence. And the areas we work are on the underserved communities, whereby you see open defecation outside. And we even do school feeding. Well, thanks to our friends like that, we do school feeding. And most of the children we work with, they don't know their date of birth. We give them date of birth if they cannot remember. So what we did in order to encourage them is that we even do their birthdays. So I have a friend that every month she celebrates each child. She doesn't like us writing a group of children, say 1 cake per child. So we do that. So why we do that is because we want them to remember their birthday dates. So we tell them, because most of them will say, oh, they wrote it in a paper somewhere and they kept it somewhere. Maybe flooding happened and it has gone like that. So we try to celebrate their birthday dates. And whenever we are doing our projects, whether community-based, we try to come up with projects that would reduce the education gap between public schools and private schools. So we give them the same tax, we give them the same, we pair them up into groups. And, by the time we finish, we let them know, what did you learn being a child going to private school? What did you learn having a child go to public school? And it's always like having the same effect on them. The private school, you even see the public school already, the one in low income, so they will be biting their nails, fidgeting. But after that, they'll be like, wow, so I'm not a second-class citizen after all. I have what it takes. It's just circumstances that made this person to be privileged to be going to schools like this, while I'm
Mama
going
Dolly,
to
I'll
school
just
like
stop
this.
you now. I'll just stop you now because
Okay,
what you said is
okay.
extremely critical, where they
Thank
don't see
you.
themselves as second-class citizens. And when I came across some of the teachers I started working with last year, one of the things that kept on coming up was someone would say, oh, I'm preparing lesson materials. I'm in Enugu, and someone else is in another this thing. I believe that education should be standard. There should be a standard. It is, irrespective of what kind of school you're going to, the basics should be the basics. All these other things like dance and, choreography, going to for whatever, those things are externals. And the basics should be the basics. And it's important. I really love that you're bridging that gap. Now, in 30 seconds, this is a speed. I know I've put you on the spot. In 30 seconds, you're an institution. What thing can we take back to key stakeholders like government? And what thing can we take back in this session that can move us to do work or work with you further? 30 seconds.
Okay. What I would say is that for us to reduce the education gap, we believe every child have a bright future. They're just waiting for the right support, right environment, right access to mentors. So I believe if we create a platform for all this to happen, especially with the children we serve, before you know it, the ripple effect will work faster, whereby they're changing their world, they're reducing, they're also, encouraging other children to go to school.
And you're feeding these children, right? You feed some of them.
Yes.
Okay. So
Yes.
just on behalf of TTT, I know that, I asked for some of your specific needs and you gave us. So we're going to support you with buying that generator that you so desperately need.
Thank you so much.
I'm
Thank
sure other
you.
people too would want to support. So if that support comes across too, we're going to be very transparent about it.
Thank
Now,
you so
we have
much.
spent so much more time. Thank you so much, Madoli. We
Thank
have
you.
spent so much time on, in this program. There's been so much information, so much information. What we want to be able to do is, I'm actually craving the indulgence of all our speakers. Would it be possible for us to have the breakout room sessions in another session? Breakout room sessions in another session, just because we can't, like it's 3 o'clock already and it's a Saturday. Dr. Soma, Dumebi, what's his name? For some reason now I'm stuck. Would that be Abe?
Abe.
Yes, Abe. I need, because we're running out of time and I don't want to keep you for so long. Would it be possible to do that? To have another session, like a focus session on this?
Yes, please. Thank you.
Okay. I don't know if I
Yes.
have Dr. Soma's agreement as well. And Abe and Andy. Do we have that? Are we in agreement so that we can actually have a focus session that is not rushed? I was meant to take the session on preparing your students for the future of work, mapping what you currently do to global frameworks. But I would not be able to do it because, well, time is well spent or fast spent. We also have Femi Taiwo, who has been on standby to speak. Again, time is against us. So we're going to have more focused discussions. No, not today. Not today. This will be communicated. Would that be okay? Because we've already spent 4 hours here now. Would that be okay with everybody? Yes, okay. Thank you. Thank you. And everybody will be notified. So if you have questions, that's, we'll put that in the chat. For all our teachers that registered, we're also sending from TTT, we're also sending a personalized downloadable lesson planner to help you with your lesson planning and organization. Okay, so that will be downloadable. Now we also have certificates of participation as well. So can the TTT team put it in there so that you can actually print off your certificates when you get back? And we've rushed through a few things because we've kept you, and there's no puff puff, there's no jollof rice, there's no zobo, and no, there's no small chops. So I'm going to hand it over to Dr. Issa to, to give us some closing words, present whatever to our participants, just some closing words, and really challenge us as we go back to school on Monday. I'm just trying to get Dr. Issa up. Can someone help?
Okay, great. I couldn't unmute myself. Wow, I want to say thank you very much for pulling all of us into the room and bringing us together to have this conversation. Listening to the speakers, reading through the comments in the chat room, I see that there's been a lot of engagement. I see that teachers are really keen to get authentic information, and that's so wonderful. So thank you. Seeing the chat room, people have gained value, real value. To think Alexandra stumbled on this conference and she's going back well loaded. We appreciate everyone for joining in. Thank you to our organizers. Thank you to all our speakers. Thank you to the leaders of the breakout sessions for moving your sessions. That is really generous. We appreciate you for that. And I want to say thank you to Dolly School. Thank you for supporting our children. Thank you for being there. There's another school in Ogun State I'm aware of, another free school. It's amazing what you do. It's really amazing what you do. We encourage everyone to have that same mindset. Understand the value you bring to the table. As a teacher, you have such power, and you're able to channel that power to make a difference in the life of a young person. So as you channel your power, as you channel your energy towards uplifting the souls of these young people, towards encouraging them to be the best versions of themselves, we jokingly say that the teacher's reward is in heaven, but I do believe our reward starts from here. I believe that the smiles you get along the way, the little notes, the 50,000 naira those teachers are getting, that will go a long way to encourage others, to just move forward. So thank you everyone for participating. Thank you here to all our recipients. We really appreciate you. And we know the 50,000 is not much, but we know it will go a long way to, just making you believe again in humanity and believe that people are watching. God is watching, the higher power is watching to encourage you. And so be encouraged. Know that your labor of love is truly, truly, truly not in vain. From wherever you're logging in from, thank you so much. We appreciate you. Dr. Kachi, thank you so much. It's really nice to meet you. You won't believe that, we haven't formally met. Someone connected us, and it is such a pleasure. Thank you for having me on the summit. It's my honor. And Taiwo, thank you for being an amazing host. We appreciate you. Thank you so much. All right. I have to race because it's 3 o'clock. We're running.
Yeah.
But thank
you so much.
I've had an amazing time.
Thank you. We'll just have the TTT team, play some light music. And if you have any questions, please put them in the comment section. We'll be around for the next 10 minutes and, we'll say our goodbyes. So thank you so, so much. Yes, we love our own teacher, Taiwo. Okay, TTT team, can you take it away, please?
All right. Thank you. Thank you so much. Just to also mention that I'll be getting the emails for all the teachers who want something, who want to give to send. So if you want to give during the session, please send an email to oojumbo@trainthetrainer.com. I have dropped the email address in the chat. So for those teachers who want and every other person who want to give, can kindly send an email to oojumbo@trainthetrainer.com. Thank you so much, everyone, for such an amazing time. It's been 4 hours of intense conversation, and you have been the most amazing audience. Thank you so much, everyone. And we have the music back, please.
Baby God, now you get up. Because my papa in control, I know it.
So we'll be wrapping up in about 5 minutes. We'll be ending the meeting in about 5 minutes. So if you have questions, if you have comments, that would be a good time to leave it on the chat, and a member of our team would attend to it. Thank you so much for being an active and participatory audience for the first edition of Thursday Summit 2024, organized by the Teacher Institute. So if we're wrapping up in about 4 or 5 minutes, if you have any questions, any comments, that would be a great time to drop them in the chat. For those who want to volunteer, please send an email to oojumbo@trainthetrainer.com. We'll be leaving the emails in the chat. For any for any question, concern, feedback, observation, please send us an email at trainthetrainer.com, or Instagram at trainthetrainer. Our IP handle is trainthetrainer, and our email address is oojumbo@trainthetrainer.com. Thank you so much, everyone, for being an amazing audience today. So for how to watch the program, we will probably send link to the recording in the email that will be going out. We'll be sending the links to the recording emails that will be going out, right? We will be sending the links to the recording of the program that will be going out. And you know that we have a follow-up session after this. Please just stay tuned to your emails, stay glued to your emails. We will be sending all the appropriate information that you need to have via email. Tiwala Oludawapo, you can send us an email with your question. I will be very happy to connect you with someone who would answer and also give you an answer to your question. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for your time. You have been far too kind. Who can I use as placeholder? We don't understand what that is. If you can kindly rephrase your question, we would love it. For any questions, feedback, observation, comments, we would like you to send us an email at oojumbo@trainthetrainer.com. We would like you to send us an email at oojumbo@trainthetrainer.com. We'll be more than happy, delighted, glad to receive your questions. We are shutting down this session in the next 3 minutes. So if you have questions, if you have concerns that can be attended to, please drop them within the chat box. Thank you so much. Thank you all so much for joining us on this year's edition of Teachers Day Summit 2024. Happy World Teachers Day to all who celebrate. Thank you so much. We're very grateful for your time. We don't take your time for granted. Thank you, everyone, for being stellar participants and audience for the 2024 Teachers Day Summit hosted by Train the Trainer in initiatives.